and then some of the outstanding matters, and of course our international study tour. Other than that, it is quite straightforward. Before we get there of the confirmation, let me just open up for the apologies. Charlene or Ntombi, let's get those apologies. I must declare the area. Hold on for me just a moment, Charlene. I'm just pulling up my procedural brief so that I can get it correctly done. It's a safe environment. No, we'll just viciously tell you off in front of everyone who is also going to be live. So that will also deal with the problem. The IF is very well behaved. They've been very cooperative today. We've done a very nice oversight visit. I don't know what members are talking about. All right. Here's the MEC, but we'll deal with that after. Okay, I'm going to quickly do this very, very fast so that I can clear the area. I declare the Empire Hotel as the precinct of the legislature for the duration of this meeting as per Rule 56.2, and as such, the rules of the GPL apply throughout the meeting. I'm welcoming everybody. I've already introduced the Chair of Finance who's joined us today and alternate members, but we really are very thankful that they are with us today. And I'm also going to officially welcome Gauteng Provincial Treasury, who is also with us for the first part of today's meeting. As I mentioned, we're going to be dealing with Provincial Treasury and the quarterly 3 reports of both departments and some of our internal issues also related to the international study tour. But all of the internal matters of the committee we've shelved for after our guests so that we can ensure that everybody is able to join us. I'm also told that we are live on YouTube for the citizens of Gauteng, or rather the residents of Gauteng, in order for them to also tune in and hear what our various departments are doing and what their public representatives are up to. Let me now first just move to the apologies, and then we can move to the confirmation of the agenda thereafter. I think Charlene, you'll take us through.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members and MEC and our guests. I have received an apology from Member Msamanga, who is co-hosting the delegation from Uganda. Thank you very much, Chair.
Right, I think we also have an apology from Member Atkinson, if I'm correct. He'll be joining us later, but he's also with the Ugandan delegation as well, if I'm correct. Members, I'm not seeing any other apologies. And I'm told Member Malema is also unwell due to ill health. He will not be joining us. He's also a member of this portfolio committee. And in fact, I did try calling him earlier and his phones were off. So we'll note and in fact have to accept all of those apologies as such. I'm now going to move into the confirmation of the agenda. Members, it's not being cited necessarily, but you have been emailed it. And like I said, it's very straightforward today. Can I get any members who might want to amend, and if not, move for the adoption of the agenda?
I move, Honourable Chairperson, for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Member Adams. Can I get a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I will second.
Right, Member Delanga has seconded the agenda. As such, it's duly adopted. I'm now going to also officially welcome the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. I can already see our COGTA colleagues are with us, but I thought it's important to maybe just quickly remind members and colleagues who are joining us on the decision behind why we invited Gauteng Provincial Treasury and ultimately the Chair of Finance. The main specific reason really is on the financial management support that's provided to municipalities. One of the big things that's already come out in our work, in our meetings with municipalities, is the lack of financial support, the lack of unfunded budgets, etc., etc. Apart from capacity, of course, that linked, but it really was a big problem. And as such, we as a portfolio resolved to invite Provincial Treasury to a meeting with us to really provide on their financial management support as prescribed, in fact, by the Municipal Finance Management Act, the MFMA. So that is also a legislative requirement that we are following up on and doing our due diligence on. Over the last few months, we've read so many reports of poor financial performance. Treasury does provide that support, and that's why we want to understand the kind of support that's offered. And we know the Treasury encounters municipalities on a daily basis, both provincial and national. So I know the MEC was invited to this meeting. I did have to cancel a call from him while we were here, so I'll just check up on that. But we are, in fact, joined, of course, by the department and by my colleague, who is the chair of finance, who also played a very big role in ensuring today's meeting did in fact come to fruition. So with the absence of the MEC, can I check if the HOD is here from Provincial Treasury? We're going to need you to come closer to be on record.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to the members. Just an apology for the HODs. He's chairing interviews today, so I will be representing and making the presentation. My name is Owen Witbooi. I'm the DDG responsible for municipal finance.
All right, DDG, I think come on this side for us. And I know your presentation, in fact, this is a wrap on the knuckles because we're getting the presentation very late. I know that there was some discussion. In fact, why we started a few minutes late is the presentations were still being sent to our committee coordinators and our admin staff. So members, I am going to be patient with you because I know this is the first time you are interacting with said presentation. So I will be a little bit more patient in terms of that. And can we also then ensure, I know I'm just making sure my emails haven't come through. Can we just make sure that members do in fact have access to this presentation now so that those of us who have laptops can follow on the laptops as well? With that, DDG, I'm going to hand over to you, and then when we do take for discussions, Chair Finance, I'll also ask for your views as well. Thank you. All right, the other logistical matter, sorry, DDG, is that, and I feel like I'm going to be accused of being a slave driver, we'll have another working lunch today, as we did last week. So if I'm correct, you'll be able to bring your plates in, and the lunch service ends at 2:30. So let's not all leave at once. Let's also just maybe 2 or 3 at a time so that we ensure that the room is not empty and we're not speaking to open mics. But please treat today's working lunch until 2:30. Over to you, DDG, and of course your team after the presentation is also welcome to lunch with us.
Chair, thank you very much, and good afternoon once again to the members. Chair, I must just indicate I was supposed to call the MEC as we were also waiting for the meeting to commence. So MEC, he is in the vicinity, and I understand he is en route to the meeting. So I think also that's why MEC tried to call. Honourable members, I'm going to give you a presentation, what we call the state of local government finance. And this is generally a presentation that we do for MMCs of finance, chief financial officers, and we also present the presentation to the Premier's Coordinating Forum. Chair, we have also noted the request from the committee and quite a hybrid number of matters that the committee have requested to have a presentation on. So we've tried our level best to cover the items for discussion. I want to apologize to the members for the late submission of the presentation, but I'm hoping that in terms of the content of the presentation, we will make up for that in terms of discussion. If we can just go to the next slide. Chair, this slide is quite a mouthful, but we felt given it's the first time we are presenting to the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, I think it was important that we just contextualize the role of local government finance. And I think sometimes there is sometimes a misunderstanding between roles and responsibilities, and I think also the fact that we recognize that COGTA has overarching responsibility in terms of local government, but also when you read the legislation, there are specific responsibilities that have been assigned to the Provincial Treasury, and we just wanted to give you a context legislatively and in terms of our strategic focus, how we are going about local government finance. And I want to say from the onset that we do work very closely with our colleagues in COGTA as well as SALGO in the province. So we work as a collective, and I want to give the committee that particular assurance. And I think also one of the things that I want to say is that there's also recognition between the three partners, where the strengths are in terms of certain disciplines, and also recognition that on the finance side, we have certain competencies which we are strong in as a Treasury, and we're leading on those particular matters. So I'll present that in the slides. If we can go to the next slide. Chair, I'm not going to dwell too much on this. I think what is important is just to give the members an understanding in terms of the statutory framework, what is guiding the responsibilities of the Provincial Treasury. Obviously, in main, it's the Municipal Finance Management Act, and also, within the other statutory frameworks. And now I'm talking specifically in terms of the MFM regulations and circulars that have been issued, as well as the Division of Revenue Act. And members would have noted that when the MEC tables the budget of the province, there's also a reference made to transfers to municipalities. So we have a provincial equivalent to that called the Provincial Gazette on transfers to municipalities. And I'll highlight a bit of that in the presentation as well in terms of performance. So that's just on the regulatory framework. We can go to the next slide. Members, as you know, we have what we call team treasury and family treasury, and that's just the national treasury with the provincial treasuries. And we have this view about the sustainability of local government is for us premised on 4 key pillars. And why these 4 key pillars? Our view is that there's a close relationship between these 4 pillars in terms of local government sustainability. And we premise to say that the sustainability of local government is premised on the sustainability in finance, stability in terms of institutional capacity. Governance is quite important from an overarching perspective within a municipality, and obviously service delivery. But one of the things that we're saying is that there must be a close relationship, between these 4 pillars. But what is of the utmost importance is stability in terms of governance, stability in terms of institutional capacity, and here we are talking about the appointment of an MM, the appointment of Section 56 and 57 managers to stabilize the institution, but also to be able to take decisions. And that's been one of the critical issues that the AG has also even raised yesterday with us when the AG met with the MEC for Finance. So, honourable members, this for us is quite critical when we discuss and engage on the financial sustainability of local government. If we can go to the next slide. I know it's quite a detailed presentation, Chair, so I'll just try and flip through some of it, and the members have the benefit of the details in terms of the presentation. Next slide. This is just talking, again, for me, what is very important to illustrate to the members is how does the role of Treasury relate to, for example, the medium-term strategic framework, the provincial priorities, but also the GPT priority outcomes. And our linkage on the finance and local government side is related to the outcome of sustainable local government finances. Next slide. Chair, I'm not going to dwell too much on this. I'm going to go into the next slide, but this is just to give members an indication in terms of the MTSF outcome 3 in terms of how we align. Now, what is very important, members, is to understand structurally how we are established within the Provincial Treasury to deal with the function of local government finance. And I'm sure in your deliberations with COGTA, you would also obviously noted how they are structured in terms of a department, and this is just to give the members an illustration within the Treasury, how the local government finance unit is structured within the Treasury and where they are located and the functions on which they are focusing. This is just at a high level the program structure within the Provincial Treasury. I wish I had a pointer, but nonetheless, members will note on the, if I can put it on the 3rd line, members would note in the corner there's a branch, Municipal Financial Management, and that is the unit that I'm heading as the Deputy Director General. If we can go to the next slide. Members, this slide is just an indication at the branch level, the chief directorates that are making up this particular unit. And honourable members would note that we have a unit called Local Government Financial Management Service or a sub-program, and that unit focuses specifically on municipal budgets. Members would have heard the Section 71 reports. There's also a focus in this unit in terms of grant management, in terms of debt management, in other words, debt that the provincial government owing to municipalities. So this particular unit deals with that. And also there is a focus around, and one key issue that we are going to focus on quite in depth, and that is really the treasury function of the municipality, the back office end function or end of the municipality. So really getting into that. We also have a Chief Directorate Municipal Accounting, Reporting, Asset Management and Supply Chain Management. And this unit specifically focuses on municipal accounting, internal audit committees, asset management, and also supply chain management in terms of municipalities. And the last Chief Directorate focus on quite a hybrid number of issues in terms of municipal compliance, but also this unit is responsible for what members would have heard, the municipal financial recovery plans, and they are responsible for managing that, and also the municipal hands-on support program that I will be explaining and presenting to the members. Members, I think the important thing to note here is that the branch is fairly new, and currently we are quite on an extensive drive to fill that unit in terms of resourcing and capacitating the unit, and I'm quite excited, and I think we're going to do quite a few interesting things around local government. Members would note there's a unit or a directorate called Municipal Fiscal Policy. I myself, having worked in two metros, City of Cape Town, as well as Ekurhuleni Metro within the budget office, and heading up the budget office in Ekurhuleni at some point. And one of the key factors is always around the long-term financial planning of municipalities. And I think the way we need to look at it is to say, you know what, we have a challenge in local government. The fiscal sustainability of municipalities has become a big challenge. And the reality is it's going to take us longer than one financial year to try and fix it. And we are quite focused on looking at long-term financial planning for municipalities in an effort to try and see what we can do to bring about change in the financial sustainability side of local government. We can move to the next slide. Honourable members, so as COGTA would explain, and I think any other department, we also have what we call an IGR value chain. In other words, this is our IGR structure that we have as team finance with our municipalities. And members would note right at the bottom, we have what we call our specialized committees. You'll see we have a debt management committee, and that committee is specifically tasked with the responsibility of facilitating government payments to municipalities. And members would have heard about the debt settlement in terms of government accounts, and that committee works with municipalities on a monthly basis. We meet regularly with our municipalities. We are probably one of the only provinces that have got a dedicated structure of this nature, and we're quite proud of the work that we've done and how far we've come in terms of reducing the debt to municipalities, but I'll also talk about that. One of the other components that we've introduced is a grant management committee, and this committee is specifically focused on the provincial transfers to municipalities and looking at the performance, engaging with municipalities, especially when it comes to the rollover process. Because what we're trying to avoid, members, is any of our municipalities losing funding when it comes to rollover applications due to either performance issues or SLA issues within the process. And we meet on a quarterly basis with all of our municipalities within the province. And then one of the bottom line issues is on revenue management, and that is a structure that we are running with our provincial colleagues, COGTA, and really focusing on the revenue management. And then just elevate to that, and what members need to understand is the work of these specialized committees are then feeding into what we call our technical cluster. And I'm just going to focus on one, which is our CFO forum, and this is where we meet, myself as a chairperson, meet all of the CFOs, and we discuss and engage on matters of finance issues in terms of the MFMA, and we do that jointly with COGTA and SALGA. there's a component there, members, called the MFMA Coordinators Committee. Now, I'm the MFMA coordinator for Gauteng. You'll also find in KZN, in Western Cape, in Northern Cape, there are also MFMA coordinators, and we meet regularly with the National Treasury to give account of the finances of municipalities within the province. And then, members, what you'll see then on top of that is the MEC, MMC of Finance engagement, and that's where the MEC meet with the MMCs of Finance, and I know MEC will talk about engagements that are coming up with the MMCs. And then, members, ultimately, we report into the Premier's Coordinating Forum. So I just felt important for members to get an understanding at an intergovernmental level how we engage with municipalities, both at the technical level, but also at the political level. And I think it was important just to give that illustration. Next slide. This is just talking in a bit more detail to the purpose of each of the structures, who are forming part of those particular structures, and the frequency of the engagements that we have with our municipalities. I can confirm to members that all of these structures are functional. There are serious engagements that are taking place, and we have minutes, we have action plans coming out of it, and we keep each other accountable as part of this interaction with our municipalities. Next slide. I'm going to skip through these slides, but this is just, honourable members, in terms of the MFMA, where we derive our responsibility as the Provincial Treasury and the MEC for Finance in terms of our oversight over municipalities in terms of municipal financial management. And that's just in terms of Section 5. Also important to note is that the National Treasury delegates these responsibilities to the Provincial Treasury. And I'll talk a bit in a brief about that particular delegation that has been given to the Provincial Treasury. Just next slide. The next slide is just basically just talking to the training that we give to municipalities. From time to time, we get a lot of requests from the mayoral committees of finance, from impact members, to give training on municipal finance, and we do it on a regular basis. You know, I find it always interesting, Chair, that I say to the municipal councillors, by the time we are done training, they might even understand municipal finance better than the officials, and they always want to have the tricks in terms of what to ask the officials when they appear in front of them. But honourable members, and then there's a focus on SEM, and one big focus is on the municipal financial recovery plans, which I anticipate members will have a particular interest in, mindful that we have 2 recovery plans currently in place. We are currently in discussions with National Treasury around the institution of a recovery plan for Mirafong municipality, but we can take a discussion on that. But I think it's important that we just need to illustrate to the members that we also have a responsibility in terms of the compilation of the recovery plan. So when I say compilation, currently it's only the National Treasury that can compile a financial recovery plan. But a provincial exco can request for the recovery service to be activated to do the recovery plans, and that we've done for Mfuleni as well as Western municipalities. Next slide. Members spoke earlier about delegation from the National Treasury. Now, this is quite a detailed slide, but it would give members a clear indication of the responsibilities that have been assigned to the Provincial Treasury. I mean, on there you can see references being made to budgets, references being made to compliance issues, you know, looking at, and when we say investigation into the systems, financial systems of municipalities, here currently the big focus is on the Municipal Standard Chart of Accounts, which is quite a big reform that we have introduced in municipalities, and the whole view is that when we put all these 11 municipalities next to each other, we would be able to easily, you know, do a comparison between these municipalities in terms of the budget items and line items. If you look at local government about 20 years ago, if you had to put all of these 11 municipalities in the province next to each other, you would not be able to do a comparison in terms of like for like. You know, when you look at goods and services budgets, whether you look at salaries budgets, you would not be able to do that. So our whole drive is to bring uniformity in terms of that as well. Next slide. Members, here we are just focusing on other responsibilities that we have. We have quite a few instruments, and we call it, if for a lack of a better description, compliance instruments, where municipalities do report to us on a monthly and a quarterly basis, and we do quite a bit of extensive analysis, assessments, and advice to municipalities in terms of that. Next slide. So members, now focusing specifically on the municipal audit matters, and mindful again, this is an area where we work closely with COGTA, but I want to give members a view to what we do prior to the financial statements going into the audit process, and then subsequent to when the annual financial statements actually get audited. What is it that we do as a provincial treasury? And again, members, we do it and we work very closely with COGTA in terms of the work that we do. So prior to the financial statements, going into the Auditor General, we normally give municipalities an opportunity to submit those draft financial statements to us as a provincial treasury, and we actually do a review of the financial statements. Now, obviously, we can't do an in-depth audit as the Auditor General, and what we say is we just do a desktop analysis on the face of the financial statements. In other words, we look at the financial statements, and when we look at the financial statements, we look at what we call the casting of the financial statements in terms of how those financial statements are compiled for accuracy. We also look at the accounting policies and how that relates to the financial statements, and then we also look at elements related to the performance side of the municipality. Now, leading into the compilation of the financial statements, we also do provide quite a bit of training in terms of GRAP, and one of the things that we appreciate is that every year with the audit findings of the AG, there are always matters that we would like to focus on in terms of GRAP-specific training. So that's been quite a big feature and quite a big offering from our side to our municipalities, which we do on an annual basis. Next slide. Members, now just going, this slide is just to talk, what we do also in terms of councillors, because we also don't leave the councillors behind. And we've had quite a big focus and quite a big drive with COGTA, and we take responsibility for the finance side of the training with COGTA and SALGA, and this is just to give members an insight into the municipalities that we've trained, the dates of the training, and what specific the training has been on and what has been requested from our municipalities. And you can see, members, annual financial statements, supply chain, obviously the preferential procurement regulations have been quite a big issue. And I hope members, one day, if you do get to call municipalities to a common account, my humble appeal is that you ask them what has happened in terms of the implementation of this particular regulation, because ultimately it talks to the issue of procurement and also to the issue of UIFW, which I know the honourable members have got a quite keen interest in terms of that particular matter. We can move to the next slide. I just want to say we had quite a successful turnout in Mogale City. I wish I could show the members pictures of that particular session that we had with the councillors and the officials. In fact, the hall that we were in couldn't accommodate all of the officials that came for the training. Now, members, I spoke about the prior to the submission. Now, let's go into the post of the annual financial statements and while these statements are being audited. Now, one of the things that I want to say pertinently, members, you would have noted the regression in the audit outcomes of some of our municipalities. And we've taken quite a firm step in terms of intervening in that particular space and obviously working with COGTA. On our side, we have now deployed a chief financial officer to take direct charge of the financial management responsibilities in Merafong municipality, because the reality is we realized that if we don't intervene, that the situation was going to deteriorate beyond what we are seeing at the moment. We are under the understanding that the municipality is recruiting for a CFO. It is never ideal, members, that as a provincial government that we remain, hands-on in terms of the finances and managing that in a municipality. It's always ideal that the municipalities would manage their own finances, but we are there for the next 6 months, and I'm hoping that we can get municipality to appoint a CFO. Members, one of the things that we do quite robustly is when the AG meets with the municipalities in terms of the audit steering committees. Now, when the RFIs and the COMEFs are issued, there are quite big discussion around interpretation, around some of the RFIs and how the municipalities respond to them. And we give our municipalities support in terms of assisting them in responding to those RFIs. But one of the things, members, that I must appeal is, as COGTA, as Provincial Treasury, we spend quite a bit of time in terms of the analysis, in terms of the advice, in terms of, at times, trying to do certain outputs on behalf of the municipality. But the ideal state is that the municipal officials need to do it themselves, so that they can take accountability for these functions. I mean, it's not ideal that we go into the financial system and go and procure and make financial decisions on behalf of the municipality. That's never an ideal situation, but we do try and assist where we can. Some of the other things that we do, during the audit support process, we do ourselves asset verification during the audit process. My team literally is on the ground in big infrastructure sites where we do these audit asset verifications. And as I've indicated, members, we've been quite, vocal and on the ground in terms of procurement policies, the implementation of demand plans, and assisting municipalities in terms of responding to the AG on those particular matters. Next slide. You'll guide me in terms of time. This is just to talk about the governance support that we are providing. So apart from just focusing on the annual financial statements, one of the things that we recognize that there are governance structures like the internal audit activities, what we call internal audit. Also the audit committees, training, we look at the risk-based audit plans and we do our own analysis and our own interpretation and trying to assist them to improve in terms of that. One of the things that we've also launched with the National Treasury is a web-enabled tool. You will hear that municipalities, when they receive the audit report, they need to compile an audit action plan. And we say we're moving away from the Excel-based format of doing this, and we've created a web-enabled tool to assist them to compile it, but also it makes it easier to monitor the implementation of the audit action plans. Next slide. Just in terms of UIFW, I'm just going to try and skip through this very quick, but it's quite a big issue. Next slide. So we met with the AG yesterday, and the AG had shared with us, how our municipalities have been performing in terms of irregular expenditure, and also, the balances in terms of irregular expenditure. Also, when you look at it in terms of 2021, in terms of irregular expenditure, although it slightly decreased to about 6.4 billion, when you look at the cumulative figure, over the years ending in 2021, you'll see it standing at 29.4 billion. And I know, MEC, not to get into the comments that you'll make, but I know you're taking specific action on this matter within the coming days. But MEC will talk to that. But you can see, honourable members, our big contributors to irregular expenditure has been in the city of Ekurhuleni, the city of Johannesburg, City Power, the city of Tshwane, have been some of the big contributors in terms of irregular expenditure. And again, honourable members, the concern is as to how irregular expenditure is being dealt with within municipalities. And I don't want to call ratification, but certainly there's a process in terms of, for a lack of a better description, condonation, and we don't always see it happening as quick as what it should, to be dealt with. If you can go to the next slide. The next slide is this on unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Again, honourable members, although we did see an uptick in terms of this, issues around Eskom and Randwater, issues around interest, issues around not paying municipalities within 30 days, and many of those are related to the financial health of our municipalities and their ability to pay their creditors on time. But also what we have found is municipalities, incurring expenditure for which there are no budget provision. And that is what is contributed to the unauthorized expenditure. Again, some of our leading municipalities there is Mfuleni, City of Tshwane, being the big contributors, as well as Mogale City. You can see on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, City of Tshwane, 845 million, followed by Mfuleni and the City of Johannesburg. And again, honourable members, it is the governance processes that are for us a concern in terms of dealing with some of these particular matters. Next slide. Members, so the question then becomes, so what are we doing as a provincial treasury? Working with COGTA in terms of addressing UIFW. We've given quite a bit of training and quite a bit of focus to the impact members in terms of their responsibilities, in terms of dealing with UIFW. We have now mandated municipal councils to develop clear strategies around the reduction of UIFW. And also one of the things that we are unnegotiable about is the responsibility of the administration to report to the council in terms of implementing those UIFW strategies. And I want to appeal to the honourable members that if you do have the audience of the municipalities, that they must actually come and present to the committee what they are doing in terms of this reduction strategies, because as Treasury, as COGTA, we put a lot of focus and a lot of effort in developing the strategies and these toolkits to try and assist municipalities. But the onus is on them to implement these matters. One of the other concerns that we have, and also the AG had raised, was the lack of consequence management. Now, members would have heard about the financial misconduct regulation, and for us a concern is the implementation of the regulation. The financial disciplinary boards actually sitting and hearing cases related to financial misconduct. And for us, that's a big concern. And you can see the linkage between consequence management as well as UIFW. And also, I'll talk to another aspect that the AG had raised quite sharply, is about the materiality investigations in our municipalities and the issuance of a certificate of debt to accounting officers to account for the non-action being taken by municipalities. Let's move to the next slide. I'm going to skip this slide. I think I've spoken quite a bit on this already. Next slide. Just quickly on the state of local government finance. This is just to give members an indication how Gauteng municipalities are doing in terms of compliance with the Municipal Standard Chart of Accounts. Now, what members will see here is basically, and when you look at the columns across members, what you'll basically see is compliance in terms of the audited financial statements, compliance in terms of the budget, and members would note, you'll see MO1, MO2, MO3, those are basically just the months, the Section 71 reporting periods. And when you look at the Standard Chart of Accounts, the line items, how our municipalities are doing in terms of overall compliance. So I just wanted to give members an indication of that, because you'll hear many times the National Treasury, trying to find the right word, threatening the municipalities with the stoppage of equitable share, and this particular matter is a critical requirement in a consideration to stop the equitable share. And I can say, members, when you look at Gauteng in comparison to the other provinces, we are actually doing quite well in terms of our overall performance, in terms of the compliance with the Municipal Standard Chart of Accounts. And this is just a picture as at the end of November. We can move to the next slide. Members, this is just so you would have noted, honourable members, in terms of the MFMA, municipalities report on the 10 working day in terms of their Section 71 report on their performance. What we have a responsibility to do as Treasury, we have to report on an aggregate basis to National Treasury on the performance, and we also on a quarterly basis, members, issue a gazette on the performance of Gauteng municipalities for the quarter under review. And if any of the members have not received the gazette, please let us know. We do make that available on our website, and we also share it with the Office of the Speaker. But members, this is just to give you an indication. So the operating budgets of Gauteng municipalities amounts to about 178 billion. MEC, you can see it's competing quite significantly with the province's budget. So we have quite a sizable budget in terms of municipalities and members. When you look at this, Gauteng in terms of the overall local government spending within country, accounts for quite a significant portion of it, and almost 50% members in terms of the overall country spend in local government is happening in Gauteng. And when you look at members, municipalities have collected about 51%. In terms of expenditure, they're sitting at about 82% or 82 billion in terms of expenditure. The reading of the surplus, members, it's really an accounting matter and not really a clear surplus in terms of our municipalities. I just wanted to clarify that particular point. So it's just a trade-off in terms of revenue and expenditure. So it is not on the face of it the surplus that you do see. But I think the important thing to note is that our municipalities are trying to manage their finances or spending within what they have available. But again, the issue of Randwater, Eskom becomes pronounced when you actually look at what is in the budgets or in the financial accounts of our municipalities. So I just want to raise that point. Next slide. Chair, the next slide is just in terms of capital expenditure. This for us is always a major concern. Again, just talking as a former municipal finance practitioner in a budget office, for me, this is always a concern. And to the point where we need to take stock of the IDP of the municipality, and we know that the capital budget. Okay. Members, this is just to give you a sense of, so that 15 billion that we spoke about, in Gauteng and in the last 25 years working in local government, one of the things that has become a common phenomenon is the reliance of capital budgets from provincial, national, and external funding. Many of our municipalities cannot actually drive capital expenditure through own revenue. It has become a concern on the one hand because of the reliance, and also again the point that I made about the ability to implement your IDP, because now you have an external factor that you've placed reliance on in driving your service delivery program. And again, I always say to councillors and officials, this is money that you don't have to go and collect from your residents. This is what you get from the national and provincial fiscus. And I think MEC is a sin for municipalities not to spend this particular grant, We are failing our residents, in terms of service delivery if we don't spend on the grants that have been allocated. Yeah. So let me move to the next slide. Chair, this is just focusing in terms of the municipal infrastructure grant, and I've spoken to this. Our municipalities are receiving about R500 million, and these are our local municipalities within the province. We have one municipality, Mugali City, that is receiving what we call a IUDG grant, which is the National Treasury has taken 17 municipalities countrywide and are piloting them in a way of potentially transitioning them into a USDG grant that the metropolitan municipalities are receiving. And I must commend Mugali City, they're doing actually quite well in terms of managing, that particular grant and the implementation of that. I do know that I was at the benchmark with the Western Cape last week, and I was at the Premier's Coordinating Forum, and I think one of the things that I got to learn there is that there's quite a big program with the German government and the Swedish around the IUDG, and these municipalities actually partnering with those institutions. If we can go to the next slide. Government debt, Honourable Members, I know this would be a very interesting slide to yourselves. So what you'll see here is our municipalities on the left-hand side, and across you'll see our departments in terms of outstanding debt to our municipalities. Now this slide must be understood in context, Honourable Members. So the outstanding debt as at the end of December was sitting at 982 million, and also what you must note, Honourable Members, we, in the debt committee, one of the big things that we raise with municipalities is the allocation of payments that you get. Some of our municipalities are actually sitting with big credits that they've not allocated, payments that they do receive that have not allocated and disputes. Because, honourable members, we are not just going to pay an account that we get from a municipality. You would have heard in the past the accuracy of the billings, the accuracy of the accounts that we receive, the meter reading that are of big concern, especially in our big academic hospital institutions. So we do take a cautionary stance in terms of the settlement of those accounts. So members, if you take off all of those, the disputes, the credits, and also when you look at the payments that have been made in advance, that number actually drops down to about 400 million. And when you even take off some of the other credits, you see it sitting at 442 million. Now, honourable members, I want to make this point, that the provincial government debt, even if you include national government, the debt owed to municipalities is less than 2% of the total outstanding debt due to municipalities. And I also want to place it on record, it is a misnomer that it is the provincial government that are causing municipalities not to be able to pay creditors, not to be able to pay ESCOM, and not to be able to pay Rand Water. 80% of the debt owed to municipalities, in fact, I would go as far as saying 95% are sitting in household debt and are sitting in business debt. And the question is, what is being done by municipalities to collect on those particular debt which they have a handle on? I mean, as COGTA and ourselves, we are driving this particular angle to get municipalities paid. And we've had quite significant success, honourable members, in terms of the settlement of this particular debt. If we can move to the next slide. So this is just payments that we've made for the month of December. We've paid our municipalities about 140 million, and that we've paid just for the month of December. And cumulatively, we probably sitting, over the last 5 years, and we've made this calculation, we are sitting probably over 7.5 billion that we've paid to municipalities in terms of outstanding debt. If we can move to the next slide, and I'm really going to try and push towards the end. This is just our provincial allocation that we've given to our municipalities. And quite interestingly, honourable members, they're actually performing better on the provincial grants than the national grants, but we do see some, pressure building, especially on the primary healthcare grant, where our municipalities are spending this grant a lot faster in terms of what is required in terms of rendering the service. Also, we do see quite a bit of underperformance also in some of the other grants that we allocate to our municipalities. Let's move to the next slide. Members, there was also a question about unfunded budgets. Let me just briefly touch on that. The next slide is just to give members an indication of unfunded budgets. I'm going to try and simplify this slide, but this is just to give members an idea. When we look at the compliance of budgets, what is it that we are testing for to determine the compliance level of the budget, the funding level of the budget, and what we specifically look for in terms of the budget of municipalities? Now, members, the approach that we've taken in Gauteng, other provinces are not following our approach, but we feel that, municipalities are our clients. Also, we are there to support and assist. And what we do is we have what we call municipal benchmark engagements, where we engage with municipalities. In fact, we do the analysis of the budgets prior, and we take that draft analysis and we share with our municipalities in the effort that we can agree and engage on preliminary findings that can be taken off, that initial findings that we've made. And then we issue the subsequent with the final findings in terms of our budget report. Now, in terms of the MFMA, we have a responsibility to consult with the municipality on the budget, and we issue that our findings. The MEC normally writes to the mayor in terms of our findings, and the HOD writes to the MM in terms of our findings. Now, honourable members, one of the things that I really want to appeal to yourself, and also taking advantage that we have the chairperson of the Finance Committee, one of the things, and I'm talking maybe also on behalf of our colleagues in COGTA, we spend quite significant amount of time and effort in the analytics side, in the advisory side, and our concern is that the uptake of that within our municipalities. Because ultimately, if they do take what we advise them and improvements, we can see an improvement in the effect in terms of the budget. And we really want to appeal that some of those things now need to start going to council so that we can have accountability in terms of that. But this is to give members an illustration. The next slide is just to indicate to members funded budgets and also the benchmark engagements that we had. Unfortunately, we could not meet with Midvaal, and we could not, at time, and I put this in context, we could not meet with Midvaal and we could not meet with Merafong municipality. But the one thing that struck me about Midvaal, and we escalated this through our MEC to the mayor, and the mayor was not aware that his team did not constitute a meeting with us. The mayor took it so serious in Midvaal that he led that delegation with myself in terms of this particular benchmark. And it was such a productive engagement that we had with the municipality in terms of that engagement. Unfortunately, we could not meet with Merafong municipality, but we managed to meet with all of the other local municipalities. Now, members, the other thing that you also need to understand is this concept of delegated versus non-delegated. Now, National Treasury has direct oversight over the metropolitan municipalities, where we as Gauteng Treasury have oversight over district and local municipalities, and that's why you'll see it not featuring here. But that's a discussion that we are having with the National Treasury, because there's more and more a request or a cry out, and I know from my colleagues in COGTA that we need to walk an equal journey, right? But also we are closer to our municipalities, and we can certainly, provide them a better offering in terms of oversight and support. So I'm hoping that we can break this deadlock, and it's not a deadlock, but we can have agreement that we can also, play a much more direct oversight over metropolitan municipalities. Next slide. This is just an indication, honourable members, of unfunded budgets. Midvaal is the only municipality that had managed to table funded budgets. We do see in some of our other secondary cities, your Sedi municipality, and to an extent Mogale city, where there is potential for tabling a funded budget. And the challenge there that we do see is around the revenue collection side, and the challenge that we also see is around the rainwater Eskom side, where there are risks, upside risks in terms of that, but there is potential that it can table an unfunded or funded budget. I think the other thing that we need to and I know my colleagues in COGTA is driving this matter quite significantly, is around the powers and functions of the district municipalities, because when you look at the fiscal framework of the districts, 70% of their budget is on compensation. So this is a matter that we need to look at going forward. And I think also the issue around the underfunded mandates, or the perceived underfunded mandates, let me put it that way, in terms of fire services and licensing services. And I know there's quite a bit of discussion in the province around that. Next slide. Chair, we can go through the detail. I'm going to ask that we just flip through it. So in Gauteng, what we've done, we have said to ourselves that as a provincial treasury, we might not have the capacity in-house to be on the ground in the municipalities on a daily basis. And we have said to ourselves, we need to extend our technical offering to municipalities on a daily basis. And what we've done, we've introduced a technical support program, which is a multi-pronged program. And we're doing this with the National Treasury. And what we are doing is, on the MSCOA side, because we know this is a big focus area of the Treasury, we have 2 technical advisors that are supporting Sedibeng and West Rand regions, in other words, the district and the locals, in terms of providing technical support. And that's why you see, members, the greens that you see is through the support that we are giving, that we are being able to maintain that positive stance for our municipalities. Next slide. So beyond this, we are also providing, general technical support on daily financial management. The one thing that I must indicate, members, this is a new program. We've just started implementing this. The MSCOA advisors came on board in September. The general advisors we started rolling out in December. We are busy at the moment also introducing some of them to our other municipalities, and we do foresee that by the end of March, we should have all of our technical advisors on the ground in our municipalities providing that technical support. My only request to municipalities, Chair, is as much as we are giving the support, and you can see the focus areas on the institutional side, where we don't have CFOs, we don't have expertise in terms of accounting with a, compilation of the financial statements, complex transactions our municipalities have, and the advisors that we put on the ground are experienced advisors. Some of them have been CFOs before, so we're providing that support and quite focused support that we're giving to our municipalities. And we're hoping that this will, alleviate and provide some support in improving financial management on the ground. Next slide. We can skip this slide. We also have we had a supply chain advisor. Unfortunately, advisor has resigned, and he's been quite a pivotal part of our armory in supporting municipalities, and also as part of our technical offering. The National Treasury have also given us technical advisors, and we as Gauteng Treasury have the duty now to manage that program, and it's quite a multi-pronged, complex program. In terms of the support that we're offering, so we're hoping with all of the support that we can bring about an improvement in our municipalities. Next slide. MEC, I'm going to end off with this slide, and I think you'll talk to it, which is really the OPCA launch that we're doing in terms of the audit space. And really here, honourable members, it is to relaunch the Operation Clean Audit Drive. And MEC, I hope I can leave that to yourself maybe to speak to, but I think the important points to make here is that we have met with the AG, and this Operation Clean Audit Drive is going to be both at a provincial and a municipal level, and we're going to be working quite closely with COGTA, SALDA, and a number of stakeholders in driving this audit strategy going forward. Chair, that was quite a mouthful, but thank you very much. I hope I've covered as much as I could, but thank you very much.
No, thanks, DDG. I said to the MEC, I didn't rush you because we hadn't seen this presentation before. So I wanted to give us enough time to engage it. MEC, I'm going to give to you, I know there's some comments you want to make, and I know you're also running to your next meeting, so that's why we want to hear from you, and then we can move to the next part.
Yeah, okay, good morning. What time is it? Good day, good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable members. Thanks very much, Chair. Let me greet the Chair.
Both chairs.
Let me greet the Chair and the Chair and all the chairpersons. Very briefly, just 2 points. One is that we met with the AG yesterday. The slide has been presented. I mean, maybe firstly start by the apology on the documentation. I think, Mr. Vedbo, next time let's give the document early. So we met with the AG yesterday, and the most important thing is, if you would have seen from the slide that was presented, that the audit environment, the regression has increased. The environment is deteriorating. Things don't look good. I think that's one message I'd like to make to the committee. The second point is that I think the oversight role of impact committees is very weak, and I think from an oversight function point of view that you are doing, it's important that we strengthen that part. The fact that we have got high irregular expenditure that are growing very fast, unauthorized, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure, that also is deeply concerning. It shows, just like in the province, lack of consequence management is the biggest problem. No consequence management, just as we have a difficulty in the province. The other point I just want to emphasize is we are convening the Operation Clean Audit and Governance Summit, where we want to start promoting compliance with PFMA and clean governance, clean audits. The last 2 points, tomorrow, we are starting with our roadshow to MMCs. So tomorrow we'll be meeting with the MMCs in Sidibeng, and we're doing one-on-one. We're not meeting them as a group, so that we can give each municipality full attention. On Thursday, we are meeting with the municipalities, same approach in the West Rand. And then we will go to the metros. As you know, the metros are more under the purview of national government, but we will still engage them. That's a role that National Treasury is playing, but we will still talk to the district municipalities. The last point I just want to make is that we are very much interested in just municipalities not only seen as just service delivery points. There's sometimes a very narrow approach to municipalities. Municipalities are also investment space or areas of strategic economic investments, fiscal, fixed capital investments. And one of the things we will be starting with tomorrow as part of the road shows is to look at the environment, the climate, the red tape that is deterring investment. And we may have to start working with municipalities on how to incentivize them to make sure that we can attract investments, so that we can also elevate in a very strategic way our approach to municipalities. So we're going to really be working, and of course we'll be engaging with the MEC of COGTA as well on this work that we are doing. And I see the team from COGTA is here, so I think they should note that as well. So in conclusion, Chair, I don't want to take your time, but just know that tomorrow marks the beginning of a very sustained engagement with municipalities. The space has really deteriorated in a very worrying way. Let me not take your time, Chair, allow members to raise issues, but otherwise, thanks for the opportunity.
No, thanks, MEC, to you and your team. That's exactly why we wanted you here. I'm going to allow the Chair of Finance, because then I think we've gotten the full financial element, and then I can allow members of COGTA to engage on that. So over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The esteemed MEC, the Honorable MEC, the hardworking MEC, and the anticipated program to turn things around so far as Operation Clean Audit. I must thank you, the esteemed Honorable Chairperson of COGTA Research, eGov, and so on. So thank you very much, and esteemed honorable members and the supporting administrative team from various departments that are here before us. And I think that the local government equitable share is distributed to municipality on formula basis, aimed at subsidizing the basic service for the poor household. So this equitable share, for instance, is also provide assistance so far as administrative capacity for the municipalities in the context of building developmental local government, with both political strategic capacity and administrative technical capacity. Budget must reflect the goals and the aspirations of our people. And I think that going forward, we must strengthen IGR, which I think what the MEC outlined, the program it outlined, it will sit within the context of intergovernmental relations. So that we support very much from our point of view. For municipality to succeed, they must really take hard and tactical policy choices to make great success with respect to monitoring of the audit progress. They must not just wait in the audit time, accounting time, then they're also shocked. The issue that has been raised with respect to audit, monitoring of audit progress is fundamental issue we all have to share. And also risk and audit plans are a fundamental necessity if we are to succeed. Audit action plans should be our daily bread within municipalities and also at all levels. And I think the MEC has covered critical issues. To regress is not something exciting for Gauteng, and I think we support those mechanisms that the MEC put forward to engage with all various stakeholders to make sure that there's progress. We also have to address these issues of unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful exposures, not because we believe this is not acceptable now and also going forward. Establishing the robust preventative internal controls has been raised by the DDG before these meetings. So it is something, we must have a preventative internal controls. We should not just, again, wait until things are messed up, then we're all shocked about it. Municipality must engage, must manage their grants, and I think we must welcome the GPT hands-on technical support to a municipality with respect to institutional support as it's been raised here, supply chain management, asset management, accounting audit support, budget revenue and expenditure. And I think again, there's a nexus between what the DG would have presented and the Honorable MEC on the Operation Clean Audit drive at all levels. And I think from a point of view as the chairperson of finance, we are fully led by the MEC so far as the direction of supporting all the entities and engagement with all the MECs going forward. What the MEC has raised here from the AG is not something exciting. We have to work hard as the collective to make sure that this capacity in the municipality is built, they are strengthened to spend this conditional grant. There's no money that needs to be returned back to the Treasury. That should not be acceptable. Thank you very much, Chairperson Hassan, for the opportunity. We'll work together, by the way, trying to make sure that we engage, we support the program that has been outlined by the NEC as oversight structures, joint oversight structures between the two committees. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Chair of Finance. In fact, I was going to say that's what we're going to have to do. Today was very useful, especially some of the points, DDG, where you said these are things we should be asking municipalities. And that's actually why, as members, we wanted to hear from you, because we're getting one side of the story every week. We also want to hear the other side of the story as well. So that was quite important. Honourable members, let me start noting hands. I know, MEC, you're going to have to step out at some point. We'll note that apology, that's fine. We know your team will remain, and then once we're done, all right, perfect. Once we've completed with your team, then we'll release you. But I know MEC does have something to get through. Now let's see. I'm sure everyone's going to want to speak. So let me start on this side of the room. Right, number 1, 2, Campaigning Member De Lange 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's do it in that manner.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Bumlam Dlangomo. Thank you, DDG, for your presentation. I'm just concerned about the Mirafong municipality. During our petition committee, when we were there on Friday, there was a serious cry from the community about how the municipality is using funds. I just want to check, when DDG was doing the assessment of the tabled annual budget, he mentioned all the municipalities, and then he said only Mirafong that didn't comply. So I just want to check, what is it that's going to happen with Mirafong, because it didn't comply. And then thank you, MEC, for the roadshow that you're going to take, whereby you'll be engaging all these municipalities, especially West Rand in Mirafong. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Deha.
Thank you, Chair. We very often hear, and thank you for the presentation. Sorry I had to step up. I was looking for my glasses. At my age, that becomes critical. I didn't leave an extra pair in the car. But something that's very close to my heart and something that's often misunderstood is the issue of fruitless, wasteful expenditure and unauthorized expenditure. And I tell you, this one of those political parties that where the leader keeps on talking about a 35 billion rand corruption. And that's all because of fruitless and wasteful expenditure or unauthorized expenditure. And I think that we need to be sure and strengthen the role of impact in municipalities to regularize fruitful and wasteful expenditure or unauthorized expenditure, which is really just service delivery which wasn't planned for in most instances. And I know in the case of, for instance, City Power, the MEC will know there's a massive amount that's owed to the taxman, to SARS, as a result of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. City Power didn't do anything wrong. They're simply querying a tax invoice. The interest that generated becomes fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But until there's, and I'm not sure what the outcome of the court case was, if it's been, but at the end of the day, that's, if the city paid it, it would become an acknowledgement of guilt, so to speak. And according to the entity, being a municipal service, they are not liable for tax. And that was, with all the entities, it felt worked the same. But I don't want to talk about Joburg. What I want to talk about is, and again, from this body and from COGTA, how we can assist municipalities to regularize that expenditure. And I know that when I was still a councillor, there were huge amounts dating back to 10, 12 years that were still had never been, audit queries had never been resolved. And I don't always think that the impact in municipalities understand their role. And that's the first thing I wanted to just maybe be and make a request for that. The second issue is on the formula of equitable share distribution to municipalities, and I raised it before, and I'm afraid that it doesn't always reflect the in-migration to metro cities, putting a huge strain on already strained budgets in metros. So we need to be sure that our metros, our big municipalities, especially where people are going to come to look for opportunities, that they actually get their equitable share of grant funding. And then, I hope I'm not out of order, but I sometimes feel that we leave municipalities almost to sink before we jump in to do something. And Chair, perhaps we should, as a committee, also conduct oversight visits over municipalities. And this is not because municipalities should be beholden to us in any way, but it's just for us to have a better understanding of what is going on in municipalities and how we can influence the process before the time and not after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. And let me just say here, thank you for the presentation. It was very insightful and it was understandable, and we appreciate that. Chair and MEC, thank you. I think if there was one example that we could have used, that is the most recent of the attitude issue we have from municipalities in terms of slack behavior, slack concern about real financial issues in municipalities, it would be the notification that went out, and thank you for stepping in with that, of Mfuleni. Taking 120 people out and take the funding out of the economy of Mfuleni. I think that was absolutely incredible. And that is exactly, typically, why we are where we are with municipalities. And I do believe that we need a serious action in terms of management and consequences. And it was good to see that it was stopped in its tracks yesterday. Chair, I just want to understand the percentage of compensation employment rates at municipalities. Are that properly negotiated, investigated, and monitored? Also, the employment rates of the compensation levels. That is something that we picked up. Some of the municipalities are even up between 37% up to 42%. I've noticed at some point, and I think that is a serious matter that needs attention. Chair, and I would like to see that that also gets attention. What I'd like to understand as well, if the Treasury Department was that involved with municipalities before, why are we in a situation where we are with municipalities? I'm just trying to understand why we are there, because that's always, it comes together. If we work together, then why are we in such a terrible, terrible financial state that even the Auditor General say that the financial auditing is deteriorating? Can you please just explain that? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the MEC and to the Chairperson of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Woodboy, for the presentation. I think when one looks at the entities that's supposed to assist and be pillars to assist municipalities, one would ask the question: what is SALGA doing in trying to arrest what is happening? What is COGTA really doing? Really doing? What is Treasury doing to intercept? And also, as MEC has alluded to, the MBEC structure that is not really functioning and firing in all cylinders. I think I want to agree with that. So there is great concern, Mr. Woodboy, on the financial health of municipalities. And we are talking all municipalities. In my view, Chairperson, local government is struggling to ensure its ability to execute its responsibilities in terms of the Constitution. And that becomes our base document. It's our genesis. And the Constitution says if I read it correctly, that the municipalities must ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner. Number two, to promote social and economic development and promote a safe and healthy environment for citizens. These are constitutional imperatives that we believe is not actually being taken seriously. Which brings me to this point which you highlighted quite prominently, Mr. Witbooi, DDG, is the issue of lack of consequence management. Now, when I came into legislature in 2019 MEC, the first word that I learned, now, when you come into legislature first, we learn the vocabulary of legislature. And one of the first words I heard in the vocabulary was consequence management. And we always hear that word being bandied around. So the lack of consequence management impacts on service delivery and the municipal finance management. It highlights, and the lack thereof highlights and undermines the prescripts of the FMA and the Constitution. My question, having said all that, Mr. Witbooi, MEC, is enough being done to arrest this downward spiral and regression of municipalities? And clearly, we are not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Member Adams. Member Dlamini.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Honorable MEC, the DDG, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Also would like to welcome the presentation and the frankness and the openness. Nothing to hide. Just giving us the picture of the financial situation of our municipalities. It's also regrettable that we are regretting in the audit space. But my other points have been covered by my other members. But I just want to find out, MEC or DDG, the importance of a relationship is very important in the interventions that the province is doing. But what is the role or the impact in us regressing in the audit space? What is the impact of this unstable coalition, local governments? Do they contribute to this or what? Because I can see with good structure and so forth, you get cooperation in the IGR structures and trying to stabilize the finances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Macheke.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to DDG for the presentation, as well as thanks to the MEC for his input, and as well as the input of the Finance Chairperson. I think maybe let me start where the MEC left off, because I've also made notes related to the observations by the MEC as it relates to MPECs being weak in municipalities. I think MEC is one area where Chair, when we engage COGTA moving forward, it's one area if we will have a joint oversight visit to municipalities, we really need to look into the capacities, especially as it relates to MPEC. But I'm raising this because also it's aligned to what DDG will have presented, MEC. I mean, I've looked at the structure of the business unit that you are heading. And I looked at the personnel within the very same business unit. And I've listened to you when you were presenting. You were acknowledging the fact that currently GPT does not have enough capacity, in all fairness, to really assist municipalities where they wanted to be assisted. And MEC, maybe it's another area where you really need to look into this particular business unit if we are serious about the finances of local
government. But one other issue that I've also picked up fairly well, fairly good, all the legislations related to how local municipalities are supposed to follow necessary legislation as it relates to FMA and our responsibilities as it relates to the PFMA. Let's put them aside. Let me see, let's agree. The financial positions of municipalities are in serious crisis. I mean, if you look at what you will have presented, out of 11 municipalities, almost all of them except Metros and Midval have got unfunded budget. It's really concerning. And the difficulties that we will sit here and we'll want to ask ourselves, but what could be the problem? The problem lies with the socio-economic outlook within municipalities. And it also goes back to what the Chair of Finance will have raised. Maybe it's high time that we really need to zoom into, as those that are given responsibilities to do lawmaking, we really need to look into this equitable share. Chair of Finance, is it really equitable? I mean, if we are serious about local government, Member Adams, at all material times we will say local government is at the cold phase of service delivery. But you look at the percentage that we allocate to local government as compared to national and province. It does not assist municipalities. And the reason why I'm raising the issue related to the socio-economic outlook of municipalities is that we are expecting municipalities to apply pay as you earn or will service you as you pay, if I may put it that way. But the current social economic challenges of the people of Gauteng affects municipalities to raise revenue and its effect. And we can't continuously have a situation where we are expecting municipalities to raise their own revenue. It's not sustainable. This is why we'll have a situation where majority of municipalities will not have funded budgets because they can't raise revenue on their own. The issue of the recovery plans, DDG. You know, as you were presenting, I was asking myself one question. As to what mechanisms have you put in place to really make sure that the recovery plans of municipalities apply the SMART principles? Because year in, year out, you have these recovery plans, but the situation is becoming worse. Are they doing these recovery plans for the basis of compliance, or whether they would really want to see themselves moving from where they are currently to a better looking position? So we need to really zoom into their recovery plans and make sure that they are smart, you know, they are specific, you know, they are measurable, you know, all those principles that are related to the SMART principle. And I think other members spoke well on the consequence management issue. In municipalities, consequence management, Honorable Adams, it's non-existent. That is why irregular, unauthorized expenditure, it will continuously grow. Because to me, it will not make sense that when you look at Runway Seat, when you look at Mfuleni, whom you will say it's small municipalities in size as compared to metros, but you look at their irregular expenditure, you look at their unauthorized expenditure, huge amounts of money, because it's clearly it's business as usual in those municipalities, and there's no consequence management applied in those municipalities. Then you've raised something very fundamental and very important, DDG, the powers and functions of district municipalities.
How are we linking them to the DTM? I've not yet you even speaking about the DDM. I don't know whether you are not convinced if it will be a turnaround strategy or not. But I've heard you raising issues related to the powers and functions of district municipalities specifically, to be honest. And it's high time that we must also link them to the DDM, whether they will be able to really assist these district municipalities to improve their finances. Then lastly, Chair, majority of problems of Gauteng municipalities lies with local and district municipalities. And in an instance of the Western DDG, there are currently serious challenges as it relates to mines owing municipalities billions of rands. And previously, when I was in finance, I would have raised this matter. It can't be business as usual. When we are getting a presentation that indicates that departments owe municipalities X amount of money, but we are silent as it relates to the mines. Because that revenue that the mines are currently upheld to municipalities, they can assist municipalities. If we can just, Chair, we can request the 3 local municipalities in the Western region to give us an update on how much each municipality is owed by the mines. Most of us will be shocked, because mines have taken a decision that they are no longer going to service their outstanding debt, but they will rather pay their current, which they then affect the financial viability of those municipalities. And it also goes down to the issue of contract management in those particular municipalities. And I think as Treasurer, you must also look into them, because you've got consultants being appointed to assist municipalities to recover what is owed to them. But those companies, they are making more money than municipalities. To us, it does not really make sense if we are serious about the financial viabilities of municipalities. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Macheka. Member Ngobe.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, MSC, for the presentation. As they've said, that Kipo Puopa. Greetings to Finance Chairperson that has joined us. The first thing that I want to acknowledge, and I'm happy with, is that you do meet with the local district and the metros, because there are now serious challenges with the metros. We have tabled the names of those municipalities which we have already identified. We once parked in a previous portfolio, which was linked with COGTA, linked with human settlement. We parked at Tshwane for almost 2 months, and we picked up all those things. We tried to say intervention strategy and all those things that are sinking. Joburg has joined them. The rest is history. So we acknowledge that there is this introspection and analysis of the situation, and we're correct. What you are telling us is what this committee or the previous committee know about what you are telling us. Same thing. So we acknowledge that and hope and pray that the red flags, when they are identified, correct medicine to be applied to. Yes, you are telling us about the recovery plans of these municipalities that are sinking. I'm not sure that you must raise it. Let me raise it here. There was an article last week about Mfuleni, Chief Whip, and all those things that have been done, cars and whatever, whereas the provincial Chief Whip don't have those benefits that they have there, given the situation of the finances in the municipality. To say, how could a council arrive at that decision when there are challenges of finance? Does the MFA allow that, or what? Of they violated the MFA? I think there are two municipalities that reported to us last week to say one is Mfuleni. I'm not sure that the second one is Mrafong or what, but there's a second municipality to say the debt of ESCOM is strangling them because they are paying 100 million just for interest, and then the real debt, they have not gone there. So they are saying as they pay this amount just for the interest and not the real debt, it makes them then not to do other things that they are mandated to do, and end up have a very high bill of the unfunded mandate. So they were crying for the intervention in terms of a different way of paying the debt to be applied by the ESCOM, because these penalties are very much high, and it impacts on the situation of the municipality, which then they then said, so it impacts also on addressing the service delivery. The other one is on the what Mfuleni raised, to say they are appreciating all the kinds of interventions that are being done there. They say there's a provincial intervention, there's a presidential intervention. Officials come, let me say, to be CFO, whereas there's a CFO, and they were not consultant. I'm making an example of the CFO. They were not consulted that you are going to send the intervention team to come there, and then what's going to happen with the incumbent. So they say then you find that it creates tensions because they're not told, and both of them are working at doing one thing but not talking to each other. So the question of being open on the interventions, why is this intervention being done? How is it going to be applied? And what are the benefits of those interventions? We know they started with 2008 or so, or 28 or 20, not 28, but 2010, 11, but we still have the same problem. Let me make an example with Mfuleni. So the question of the repeated concern by the findings of the AG. What is good today is that you are telling us, I think we have not heard about the city power, but the Joburg, Tshwane, Mfuleni, we knew about the repeated findings, same thing. So the question is like your intervention strategy, turnaround strategy, that is highly appreciated. You have also mentioned the question of governance. which can go back to what Honorable Dlamini has said, because it's let me take Joburg as one to say when you identify the challenge of governance. So one of the contributory factor is the kind of coalition and instability that is there. The consequence management, one member who would say, I don't like this person who is called consequence management, because it gets thrown around every time, but there's nothing that is being done with this person who is called consequent management, which is the same as the supply chain. There's this person who is supply chain, in brackets. They say, no, everybody blames the supply chain. So if the challenges lie with the supply chain, why are those areas that are not being correctly done by the supply chain being corrected? So that's the key issue also that leads us to where we are. On the capital expenditure, it's the infrastructure. If you drive around, you can see that our infrastructure is now bad. It's now bad. And there's a question of the incapacity to spend, or capacity to spend, which means they are incapacitated. Relevant skills maybe are not there, or you told us that they're planning, poor planning. So the areas of intervention you have already told us. What I know, let me talk about human settlement, which I know that it is there. The question of the powers that Parliament added to the municipalities. However, they put it to a province that if the province has assessed the capacity of a municipality to spend, then they can then give the right to build houses. Give them those grants to build houses. And then if you assess, do they really build houses or not? Or any other capital that they have to spend on, why are they not spending? Is it planning, or is it service providers, or whatever elements that are there? Or if the capital expenditure is part of those powers that are now delegated to the I'll be specific with the metros, for instance, the get more. If they are failing on the powers, if capital expenditure is delegated to them, why then is the province not taking back those powers? Because that is where the legislation also says that if they fail, then what means the province must take back those powers. The issue of the billing system has been there when I was still a leader of COSAT, and it doesn't. We're not able to deal with it, and the question will be why. Maybe they just assume they thumbsuck, we have spent this kind of whatever, and then they end up saying, I'm staying alone, I'm not even always at home, but the bill is 6,000, and people question that. Why am I paying this huge amount? So why always there's this problem of billing system? Last year I remember there was a threat that municipalities they started switching off big departments, they switch off. Then the Treasury intervened, hey, pay. Some of them paid. You are mentioning them even today. So that's a matter that the member of the executive must also raise it in their cabinet meeting, the question of the departments not paying the municipalities, because they are, as we are told, they are a contributory factor also of the situation of the municipality on finances. the MPEC, in my previous life again, we met with them, and they indicated that there is a legal problem in their function. They try to do what they are expected to do. However, they don't have the power to do more because their findings must go to the councils and the councils must take a decision. Then that decision will then result at the consequence management. So another area that you need to look at is that clause in the legislation to say this is what they will do, but there are limitations in terms of them doing what they are expected to do. So that if really then they are disempowered by the legislation, then it has to be amended. We have SALGA sitting at NCOP with permanent delegates that are delegates of the province that must also champion the amendment of that legislation if it is a contributory factor. The other thing is the question of the skills deficit. You are telling us that even Treasury has seconded officials. The COGTA Department before, it was linked with EGAF. They will tell us also that they have sent their officials in different municipalities to help. But also even them, when they report to say, we ask them, what is the impact of you being seconded there? Then they will also say, most of the things that we come up with, they look at us as the interference, the big brother from the province is interfering, and then there's that problem then to say there's that resistance of whatever that they are trying to resolve. Lastly, the chairperson of finance has proposed something, but I want to agree or second him in terms of this marriage that we have started today to continue. And also, there is also another proposal of the oversight to the municipalities, which in the previous committee, which was linked with human settlement, that has been there. There will be sessions that we have with them. So it's part of the IGR and it's part of the role of this portfolio to ensure that we also do our role before you have you declare the administration to that particular municipality. MC also we accept and are happy that there has to be, as we have seen, we have heard the analysis, and we are also agreeing that the turnaround strategy is going to be implemented. We are accepting that and we're happy with that. And also there is also a lot of work together with this finance that SCOPA is doing in trying also to harp on these issues in order for us to arrive at a better situation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be very, very quick. I also have just a couple of things I want to add on. I know MC's time is limited. On the grants management committees, I think it's excellent. I think we need to get a little bit more in detail, maybe in another presentation or another meeting on that, because that's one of the points of interest of the committee, but also around the capacity to apply and successfully get them. I noted what you said about provincial. They're performing it on provincial grants as opposed to national grants, which I already had very big suspicion about that. So we need to also look at how we assist municipalities on that. Ultimately, yeah, we want to focus on the problematic municipalities and also more generally support local government to capacitate them so that they're not just applying successfully. Of course, that's one element, apply successfully for grants, but they're utilizing those grants in a much more efficient manner. And I'm glad about this roadshow. I think it leads into that. And then it also allows us to ensure that we're not missing any points on any of those IGR levels. But really, municipalities are where the tire hits the tar, and that's why we want to focus in on that. Again, municipal officials can only do things for themselves when they're capacitated, when they're supported to do so. And I think that's why we invited you, and that's also why we'll do a lot more work also in COGTA on the provincial treasury, but also generally that kind of support. Again, we also always know about Mfuleni members, but again, I'm going to bemoan this point, City of Tshwane compliance. If you look at slide 25, for a metro, for a capital city, we cannot be having a metro that's underperforming so greatly. So again, I'm going to say this, we need to zero in on that. We also had Rand Water and Eskom at our most recent meeting. So that helped, and we have lines and communication channels there which really do help, but we'll continue to engage them. Very interested in this MSCOA and all of that, but I'll do my own research and we'll do our own stuff, and we might come back to you with a little bit more detail about how it works and how we can get involved in it. MEC, we welcome your intervention. In fact, it may be useful, not now, we'll give you some time, but in your upcoming, after the roadshow, in the upcoming reporting cycle, let's have another meeting. We'll tell you what we found, you tell us what you found, we find each other halfway, we see how we can support municipalities, of course, through the MEC of COGTA in that way as well. And then members, I want us to also invite SCOPA in one of our next oversight processes. I think there's a huge role around the impacts, you spoke about that, but also around how we bring everyone together. So we'll also be engaging SCOPA to see what we can do too, because I mean, they interact with impacts all the time. Sorry, 3 last questions, very importantly. The correlation between unfunded budgets and the municipalities that are financially distressed. Of course, we know that's the case, but what in particular do we need to be focusing on there? And maybe also you can share some of the weaknesses that are associated with the lack of sound financial management. The reason I'm asking, they seem like sort of basic questions, but I'm really trying to get into the unit issues almost, so we can focus on that. And then my last matter is around some of the challenges experienced by municipalities in appointing accounting officers and CFOs. Is it that they can't attract the right people, because that's what my gut feeling is telling me, or is it that there's a high turnover rate? What's the issue there? I mean, also if you look at it, only 2 municipalities received clean audits. This newly reformed OPCA structure, how are you going to address those poor audit outcomes? Any specific interventions? I see Chair Finance has one last point. I'm going to allow that, and then we can move.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just want to raise one issue. That as honorable leaders of Gauteng, representing this portfolio committee, we, in final analysis, we must ask the question, just beyond clarity-seeking question, what are the practical measures that we propose that we need to do as leadership? You know, it's fine, we raise clarity-seeking question, but also, Chairperson, we must come up with a program as leadership, what are we going to do to turn around the regressing municipalities and so on, and including, in particular, to deal with some of the recommendations that come from honorable members and from esteemed honorable MEC. How do we strengthen the capacity of SCOPA as proposed? I'm just giving one of the examples, but I'm saying after the DDG will have responded, and I'm sure as the chair, you have to take us forward as to this is the direction, summarizing what could be the positive points. I'm just saying beyond complete. Thank you very much.
Let's allow the response from the MEC and the team, and then we can summarize based on what's said, because I know MEC is under severe time pressures now.
Yeah, I must apologize, Chair, that my living here shouldn't be a problem. The DDG can take up some issues, but more than responding to questions, I think the DDG will do that. I just want to make a few points quickly. The very first one is I hope not to give a wrong example, but I've seen some legislatures in some parts of the world, lawmakers, oversight committees, doing very good work to hold people accountable, calling people that are supposed to account to appear before committees, and really going deep into the issues and making serious recommendations. Legislative organs, policy-making bodies, oversight boards like committees. For me, I think that's where the challenge lies. Because, as I'm saying, there are certain places, I've seen it also in our country. There was a time when Parliament was even now Parliament does it, where they call and the people, members of the executive, CEOs of SOEs, and they go deep into issues. Dedicate 2 days to one issue and get to the bottom of it and make far-reaching recommendations. So for me, I think, Honorable Munyai, it's right. For me, the question is, I'm not saying how oversight committee should do oversight here, but I'm just saying I'll gladly participate in a meeting where municipal manager, CFO of a municipality are called by portfolio committee and they deep dive into issues and hold them accountable by the provincial legislature, hold hearings, why things are the way they are in a municipality. I'll attend that. So I just wanted to emphasize the point that whilst we might say, as one question was trying to check, what is the role of Treasury, COGTA, and MPEC, but that question was not completed. What is the role of the oversight committees like the Portfolio Committee? So, Chair, I'm not setting up the committee against anyone, but I just think, for me, accountability is the cornerstone of our democracy. And I think that's what we need. People are in positions paid, and they're not doing their work. There are repeated audit findings. Meeting the AG yesterday, you could actually hear that, they've been raising same issues now and then, and there's no movement. These matters are not being attended to. We can see it in Treasury. Internal audit, repeat findings that are so many, they are not being attended to. When we presented the budget, one of the decisions we made in the province was departments that are not spending their money, we will not give them money. That principle is being applied and accepted in the province. So lack of consequence management starts with us. We shouldn't look somewhere for lack of consequence management. It's us who don't do consequence management. So I think, Chair, that's one point I want to emphasize that. For me, as far as I know, we could, instead of just visiting and doing road shows, people can be called to give evidence, call witnesses to come and also expatiate on the issues, That will help us a lot, so that people know that these issues are very serious. So that's one point I just wanted to make. And then the second one is that a related issue, the instability in municipalities. If the mayor changes, obviously the mayoral committee changes, the municipal manager is changed, the CFO is changed, the rest of the senior managers also get changed. And these things are happening frequently. How will you have stability in the city if that's the case? Sensitivities to financial management deteriorate. People come and spend monies that they don't have. For me, if you don't have money to spend, it's not in your budget, you won't be able to raise it in your revenue. It's simple. Why? Why do you spend? Because the reason why in municipalities there is increased unauthorized expenditure is precisely because they are spending money that was not approved. It is an issue of leadership. It's an issue of just being ethical about the issue. It's nothing more than that. Why spend money you don't have? Why spend money you know you're not going to raise? So that's exactly, and when you spend money you don't have, you are breaking the law. Even worse, you find that even procurement policies are not followed on money that was not even supposed to be spent in the first place. If we don't hold people accountable on why they spend money they don't have, it causes the environment to be worse. So I just think the issues of instability in municipalities, for me, you can clearly see there was a time when in municipalities, during the Back to Base campaign, we used to monitor municipalities in the province. How the municipalities were stable. So it's an issue of leadership. If the leadership issues in the municipalities are the way they are now, things will deteriorate. So it's just that the Honorable Dlamini is not here, but I want to say to him, for me, this issue is the 80% factor. This issue is about leadership of municipalities. And if the leadership is where it is, then you will have this type of issues. There's a lot of instability in municipalities. Just on a matter that could be politically difficult, I mean, Midvaal has been stable in its finances for a long time. It still is today. So I think we must learn from that. We don't need to carry bags and go to any country. We can go and just check out, some people are doing it. And then maybe the last two point is, I think DDG, let me concede to this one that maybe me and you must go to our work on non-payment of municipalities. I think we have got to bring this in the province to a complete end. We don't have to do what the city of Tshwane tried to do, going around chasing money, doing, I don't know where that exercise of the city ended. But I think in the province, we just have to make sure that we pay. So I'm willing to write to my colleagues in EXCO, those departments. So I think what we must do is let's go back and produce a list of municipalities with all money. And we write to MECs, those departments that are responsible for not paying municipalities. I'll write to my colleagues and to pay municipalities. We must pay municipalities in 30 days. So we have developed a set of dashboards, and I think one of the dashboards we need, TDG, is on departments not paying municipalities. I think we have to be within 30 days on that. Otherwise, we are breaking the law ourselves. In the same way that it was raised that mining houses are not paying municipalities, I think before we go to the mines, let's do it first ourselves. And for 3 months, I want us to keep a record of 30-day payment to municipalities. I think we need to raise this issue. Even with the HOTs, we must pay them. So on this one, there's no reason why we shouldn't pay them. I commit here to work harder to make sure that municipalities are paid in 30 days of the invoice being generated. So this is, thank you very much. This is a matter that really there's no basis not to do it. It should be done. We will do that. So this is a commitment I'm making, and I'll give feedback on this issue, and we will be able to tell you which departments are non-compliant. Because we are tracking 30 days, we are able to say which departments are not complying with 30 days, but we are not doing it on payment to municipalities. I think that is something we've got to correct. We must monitor that issue of payment to municipalities. So I don't even want to talk about the monies they owe us, but before we start anything, let's pay them. So this is what we will do. And I agree with you, Honorable Munyai, that maybe we shouldn't be asking more questions. We should be saying, what is the brick we are going to put to fix the challenge of municipalities? How are we going to build municipalities together? What should be done? So there might be issues that, and Honorable Machek is not here, but I wanted to pick up a point with the meeting. You know, for me, and we can differ on this issue. Really, we don't have to agree. But for me, the principle should first start here. I will not understand, and I think you raised this issue, Honorable Chair as well. I wouldn't see why we should talk about raising revenue for municipalities. In other words, giving municipalities more money if municipalities don't spend this money properly. I'll not see why we should give them money if they can't spend their grants.
I agree with you.
You see, for me, I can tell you, here in the province, we're very clear. If you can't spend your grants, if you can't spend your money, we are not giving you money. If you show capacity to spend, our door is open, come to us and say you need more money. We will give you. Of course, if we have. If you look at the budget we presented, we are not increasing budgets of department, and we're not cutting them. We're just saying to them, when you are ready, come back. When you are ready to spend, because if they don't spend the money, the amount of money that end up going back to the fiscals is increasing. We give him money, we increasing money that goes back, because they can't spend it. So for me, before we say more money, we must say spend and spend better. Quality of spending is more primary to me, and that's why I'm saying we may not agree on this issue, but this is what I strongly believe in. Quality of spending is more important than more money when we can't guarantee quality of spending. So this is an issue that for me, I understand everybody needs more money, but can people at least demonstrate efficiency in spending government money? That's where I want to end it. For me, this is a matter of principle. I would not want us to throw money at the problem when money gets thrown back into the public, into the fiscals. I don't think that is correct. Yeah, I think you will answer the rest. The DDG is highly experienced, and you can hear from the presentation. I'm quite sure that you will answer the questions, and there was a proposal that we come back after we do the road shows to municipalities. We're gonna come back, and we will be waiting for the invitation to present a report. So this week we'll do all the local municipalities. Next week we'll visit the metros. By Friday we are done. Or if not, we spill over into that week. But let's say by end of March we should be done. And then we compile a report of our actual observations on the ground, based on the discussions we have with them. So we'll come back, and we'll come back with more recommendations. But I just think we need to emphasize quality of spending than increasing money. That is where my problem is. Thank you very much. I think, DDG, you take the honorable members through.
Yeah, the honorable members, Hassan went to bathroom, but however, they are advising me that by 2 o'clock there was supposed to be lunch, but I will recommend to you that maybe we have the DDG response, and then we can break to lunch. Sure. I need your advice, please, because I'm not autocratic chairperson. Or we break for lunch, or we come back to allow DDG to respond. Which one is the better view?
Karl Marx says eating is very important as well. So says Karl Marx.
Okay, we're breaking up for lunch. We'll come back for the DDG to respond on overall question that you have raised, honorable members. Thank you very much indeed. Let's break for lunch. Come back within 30 minutes. 30 minutes, we've got to be back. 30 minutes, all of us, we've got to be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
to fix the state of local government. And I think one of the things that we also recognize is it's not going to take just 1 year, members, to fix this. I think it's going to take a protracted process, a dedicated process, a level of commitment, and very importantly, I always say, municipalities, there is a council, there is management that needs to take forward what we do as a provincial government. And I'm saying that intentional, members, there's a level to which we can go as COGTA, as Treasury, but it requires the municipality to take accountability to implement the things that we do. And we do a lot of value-add support to these municipalities. So I just want to make that statement up front, honourable members, in terms of the questions that have been raised. I'm going to start. You got see, I've got 4 books here full of questions. I'm going to try and be as short as possible. Chair, certainly on the MSOA, it is quite a new reform, and I would love to come and present to the committee, what this reform is all about and what is it that we're doing in local government, and you will see the immediate benefit of this reform that we're introducing. So certainly, thank you for raising the question, and definitely as part of our report back, we'll present you with that. I think the issues raised around the Eskom and Rand Water, I think it's a fundamental question, honourable members. In fact, our municipalities, one of the challenges, and I'll be quite frank with the members, and it's a point that we've consistently raised as Treasury and COGTA, the payment plans that our municipalities, and I would use the word forced to enter into, which at times is unaffordable to our municipalities. And I think the issue that the member had raised about the interest on these accounts, I mean, in many cases, you take Mfuleni, the size of Mfuleni's Eskom debt with Rand Water is literally, and outstanding debt, is literally equivalent to an annual budget of the municipality. So they will never be able to get out of that debt unless we make a decisive decision around Eskom and Rand Water. So that's quite a big one. And I know the Premier had met with, in fact, I was present when the Premier had met with Eskom and agreed in terms of how we are going to, or should, be settling, the debt owed to Eskom in terms of payment plans. So those municipalities, and again, Chair, I think what is important is we have brokered the first step with Eskom. The accountability is now with the municipalities to come forward with a payment proposal that is affordable to them as an institution. And I think it's important, honourable members, that you get taken through these payment proposals. And one of the things is municipal councils must take full accountability, and that's why Eskom don't accept a payment proposal. In fact, even Rand Water, if that payment proposal has not been tabled and adopted in council. So the question is, if there's already a level of accountability at that level, what happens to that, when there is failure within the municipality? So I think it's an important one that I think the committee need to keep permanently on your radar, because those are the 2 biggest, if I can put it that way, those are the 2 biggest institutions that municipalities are owing in terms of funding, I mean, Mfuleni, you can imagine functionally comes to a halt every time Eskom attaches its account. And it's not only Eskom, it's Rand Water, some of the other creditors, and the reality is they cannot deliver services. So really we need to break the deadlock there and come to some longer term arrangement in terms of the settlement of the debt. But what is going to require, members, and this is certainly one thing that we've learned, is also a commitment. I mean, we end into payment agreements, there's no communication between the municipality and Eskom and Rand Water when there's failure. And Eskom colleagues also sometimes clear to say, we would appreciate timeous communication, but there are many dynamics on that particular space. I wanted to raise the issue about the vacancy rate in terms of accounting officers and chief financial officers. I know it's an institutional matter, and probably my colleagues in COGTA are more of an authority to speak on the matter, but I think one of the things that we have done is where municipalities have requested us to deploy people to act in those positions, where they cannot, through a recruitment process, find a suitable candidate, we have come to the party. I mean, if you look at Merafong, I think, I'm just looking at my colleagues in COGTA, but I think they've gone to the recruitment market, if I can call it that, more than 3 times to find a suitable CFO, and unfortunately, they cannot attract someone, you know. So there's that. There's also the issue, and again, I'm not an authority on it, but I think the issue of the remunerative scales for account officers and chief financial officers has also been an inhibiting factor, you know, in terms of attracting skill to municipalities, and that's something that we certainly need to look at. Members, there were also the issue raised, and I'm going to go to the first question also that was raised around the non-compliance around the annual budget. So if a municipality had tabled an unfunded budget, number one, if we are unable to meet with them as per the MFMA, that we need to consult with them in terms of their budget, it will go down as a non-compliance finding in the report that the MEC would issue to the mayor and the HOD would issue to the accounting officer of a municipality. And the AG had actually raised it also yesterday with us, the issue around unfunded budgets. Honourable members, even since the previous MEC's time, she was also quite clear, MEC Nomantun Komorolioko, to say, I do not accept the fact that a municipality tables an unfunded budget. And myself, as a former head of budget office, you start the process right. Rather get the budget right and get the structure of the budget right. If we need to adopt a budget and we cannot afford certain things, let's not include it in the budget, you know. It's a saying, cut the cloth according to the size of your pants, so to speak, yeah. But that's what needs to happen. We need to make certain expenditure choices where our expenditure choices matches the available revenue at the disposal of the municipality. Now, coming to the revenue aspect, and I think, member, you raised it around the systemic issues on the revenue front. It is far broader than local government itself. I mean, unemployment, you take Mfuleni as an example, unemployment is almost 60%. And that's significant, and that is not something the municipality can do something about. I listened, there was a report released last year by F&B around the disposable income of a household. If you look at the first 3 to 5 days, a household spends nearly 80% of its disposable income, and then municipal accounts is not even a priority in terms of that, you know. So those things are also playing out within our municipalities, and it's certainly affecting the ability to collect revenue. I mean, that's why you see in Mirafong, the collection rate is as low as 65%, and yet the budget is adopted at a 95% level. And the reality is, as the financial year progresses, they run out of money. I mean, we saw an incident yesterday in Mfuleni where they couldn't pay, you know, for rental of a certain facility because there was no money to pay for it, you know. In fact, had they paid for it, it would have been deemed as unauthorized expenditure, which we had spoken about earlier. And again, the issue is to say, you know, it's a customer care service. So they face a conundrum of unauthorized expenditure on the one hand, on the other hand, the inability to provide customer care service. So, you know, it's a tough situation within our municipalities. But one of the things, members, that I think you also need to zone into is the collection strategies of our municipalities. Look, let's call a spade a spade. There are people that can pay for services, and the question is, what are being done to those people who can pay? And further to that, I think the question should also be in terms of when we say people cannot pay, have we made the determination on the actual affordability level of a household? You know, it's easy to register one person in a household as an indigent member. The other reality is you might find other members in the household that combined collective income being beyond the threshold. So I think maybe a bit more deeper diagnostic by municipalities on that front to determine the revenue collection rate. So it's just a point from my side. The issue around UIFW that have been raised and, you know, the investigative part of UIFW, I think that's quite a big one. Our municipalities don't seem to deal timeously with that. I also raised the issue yesterday with AG, and, you know, it's just unfortunate that the last audit cycle happened during an election year. And the reality is some of the committees in municipalities were constituted late. which meant that some of them couldn't complete some of the investigative work around some of the findings. But that's not an excuse, honourable members. The reality is our impacts and our financial disciplinary boards in our municipalities, in some municipalities, are not functional. And that's why some of these investigations are not concluded in time. And that's what the AGSA is also raised, and which the MEC will also raise in the discussions with our municipalities. In fact, we are busy putting up presentations together to facilitate those discussions tomorrow and until next week with the metropolitan municipalities. Chair, and then I just want to make sure. On the equitable share, I think members have raised the issue around the formula itself, and we know one of the big parts of the formula is the statistics that are used from Stats SA, which become a big driver in influencing the population and the determination within the formula. But I think one of the things that has happened over the last couple of years is that Stats SA has not become the only instrument that has been informing the formula itself. They started moving, towards the community surveys and using some of those instruments as data feeding into the formula. I want to challenge the committee, and maybe it's something to reflect on. The equitable share is something given from the national fiscus. The question is there room within Gauteng government to consider something similar as it relates to local government in terms of an unconditional grant to support our municipalities? Because the reality is the current fiscal framework is clear to us. It is not sufficient to carry our municipalities. And that's just a thought I want to leave with the committee to reflect on, because certainly there's room to explore what we can do in terms of that. There was also a question raised around the financial health of our municipalities, the issues around financial recovery plans. One of the things, members, that I think I want to make pertinently clear about how a financial recovery plan works. So a financial recovery plan, and with all due respect to the members around the table, and I think it's important that we are on the same page when we look at the implementation element of the financial recovery plan. So in the case of West Rand, the council have not been placed under administration. The recovery plan that has been developed for West Rand municipality has been done so in collaboration with the council and the management. And in terms of the MFMA, it is the council and the administration that must implement the recovery plan. So in other words, the accountability is on them to implement. So I think it's important that we just understand that element as part of the recovery plan. Yes, it's an intervention, but not to the point where we have taken over the affairs of the administration. We've literally come alongside the institution to try and assist them and identify areas where we believe that the institution need to focus in terms of turning that institution around. I think it's important that I just make that particular point in terms of the financial recovery plan that you have. And also, members, one of the things that you must look in the financial recovery plans, in West Rand, for example, the recovery plan is based on 7 pillars. Now, within that 7 pillars, 3 of them are finance related. There are also pillars related to communication, to governance, to service delivery. And I think what is very important, members, is to also look at the corresponding departments within the provincial government, within national government, that are responsible for implementing the FRP. It is not only the responsibility of the provincial treasury. It just so happens that the FRP is a conduit instrument, Chair, that's holding this intervention together. So I think it's important that I need to explain to the members that part of it and where the accountability lies. Now, one of the things that I must commend West Rand, as much as they are struggling financially, I think they have been one of those green shoot municipalities for me that have, in a way they've managed the recovery plan. The only thing that needs to happen in West Rand District Municipality, and equally in the City Bank case, is around the fiscal framework of the district. If that can be remedied, that recovery plan will come to fruition and that municipality will be able to sustain itself. But they did not wait for the recovery plan. I think, members, when you look at some of the interventions they've done, in terms of cutting down on contracts, cutting down on cost, cutting down on personnel. I mean, that municipality is literally running at half its capacity, you know, but they've identified the need to make those drastic changes to keep the municipality afloat. And I must also commend my colleagues in COGTA, you know, for the way they've come on board, especially around the fire and disaster service, in terms of the support that they've given to West Rand, because it's also been very instrumental in assisting that municipality. Chair, I think as Treasury, it would be remiss of not to recognize that intervention from the department. Chair, I'm going to stop at that point. I know we are promised to come back, and I'm hoping that I can add when the MEC comes with the report back. I think many of the other questions that I might not have asked, you know, might find more expression in the return presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much. DG, is there anyone else from your team you might want to make comment?
Chair, I am joined, I think it's important to recognize them. Mr. Peter Msiza, Peter, if you can just, maybe, Mr. Peter Msiza, our Chief Director, Municipal Compliance, IGR, and responsible for the financial recovery plan. So that slide that you saw, members, on the IGR, our IGR establishment, Mr. Msiza is responsible for managing that and interventions, and he's joined by Mr. Gabo Maloto. Gabo, he's our director responsible for municipal interventions and a hands-on support program. So he's busy implementing and introducing technical advisors in our municipalities. Thank you, Chair, for affording me that.
No, thank you very much. Members, I would really want to release the DDG and his team unless there's something really burning, because we are going to interact with them, and I've already got an in-principle agreement, especially around the municipalities, from both the MEC and the senior leadership. But if it's really burning, I'll allow it. Okay, it's very burning. Member Delanga, let's do this quickly.
Chair, thank you very much. I think this needs to be said. I hear what you say regarding the municipalities and operating at half the capacity, especially WRDM. But I need to point out at this point, and I would like to ask that COGTA maybe in the near future do an unannounced oversight visit. WRDM is falling apart. Obviously, it will operate at half and less the capacity. It is a disaster. In fact, it is disgusting. Who is looking after the ambulances, the 107 emergency services? They can't do it. The people are working without uniforms. The ambulances are not stock. So there's definitely no milestone there. Chair, and I would definitely say that we need to, and in terms of the financial recovery plan, there is no financial recovery plan. That is a municipality that put millions of dollars of rent into the VBS system. Was there any consequences? I think someone was led away there, but nothing else has happened. And that is the other thing. Again, no financial consequences. If a municipality or a district municipality goes to in an agreement with Eskom or Rand Water or any of its creditors, we need to take cognizance of the fact that if they do not meet the payment agreement the first time after that, there need to be consequences. The MM, the CFO, they must be fired because they've done it over and over and over again. It's not once, not twice, they've done it over again. In fact, it's become a norm. It's become a norm. Even if they come to this committee, they don't take us seriously. They don't. They take no one seriously because they know they get away with it. So, Chair, honestly, I think there's absolutely nothing to be said about this. Unless we see someone with his hands behind his back walking out a door. To me, there's no consequences, and there's absolutely no turnaround strategy in that. And then when it comes to the, how did municipalities end up in the state they are anyway? How did they end up here? Because it's not something that happens overnight. This is gradual over a very long period. But it's also a fact of socioeconomic climate, of non-payment, that has become part of the problem. And we tolerate it because it's become a political issue. It's become a political issue, and we must acknowledge that, and we must deal with it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks very much. I think that's quite clear, and I think it's also a call to action for us. Just before I release Provincial Treasury, I just want to quickly summarize on this part for us. Look, we're going to, as a portfolio committee, also invite SCOPA, as I've said, to deal with some of the impact issues. What we'll do is we'll have a discussion with your team in the MEC, whether it's necessary or not for you to be there, but maybe you consider a representative just so we cover those things. But really, the idea is to enhance those processes within municipalities. Sizwe, as our researcher, I'm going to ask you, you can even listen back to the transcript of this part of the meeting. All of the important things that DGD mentioned, around questions to ask, points to focus on, let's draw all of those things out. It can even be a short template that you create. And then what we can do is send those to members. So whenever we engage with municipalities as members, we sort of know these are the financial questions we ought to ask, so that we could almost, have our own template that we ask every time and then compare. I think that will be very useful. I tried to note what I could, but just in case I missed any. We will also be having our one-on-ones with municipalities, which we already agreed on actually prior to this meeting. So we can look at different elements, joint COGTA and finance, joint COGTA SCOPA, joint COGTA infrastructure, for example. Depending on where those various issues are. I know Member Delanga mentioned ambulances, for an example, or water, etc. But we can have more specific approaches on that, even with the AG. And then also unannounced oversight visits. I'm a big fan of unannounced oversight visits, where we just pitch up and no one knows what's going on. So we'll be doing the same, not just in COGTA, but also in eGov as well. I know that's not everything, but obviously we need to decide what is manageable in this quarter, what's manageable in the next quarter, because the moment you take on too much, it becomes overwhelming for everybody, and then nothing gets done. So let's take step by step. And then the last thing, and we spoke about this, we really want to do a little bit more work in terms of the grant support system and what we need to do in that regard as well, because there's lots of elements, national, provincial. We even spoke informally about a potential new grant, etc. That's something for us to really zero in on as we do this analysis process. But with that, DDG and the Provincial Treasury team, I want to thank you and officially release you. I know you were here much longer than expected, so we really do appreciate the patience from your side and obviously from members as well. Honourable members, that now brings us to the Department of COGTA on agenda point 5. They're going to present to us the third quarter performance report. The MEC has sent me a message. I tried calling him and spoke with him. He is still with the Auditor General. Because I think today is a COGTA day. As you heard, MEC Mamabula was with them yesterday. He's still with the Auditor General now. But his team is here, they're scattered around, and we are in conversation there. So whatever we need to do, if it becomes a problem, we can address it, but that's where he is. And I think also, members, I'm going to be a lot more strict now with time, because this is our ordinary sort of work, and we have interacted with these proposals, or rather these presentations, in our emails as well. So I've also asked the COGTA team to be a bit more quick. And then last thing, let's also now look at more solution-orientated elements. We're starting to get the kinds of, let's say, capacity for members that will really help us play our oversight roles a bit more sharper. So with that, over to the Department of COGTA. I see HOD is already making his way in the team, and then we can proceed in that fashion. Thank you. Right, HOD, how's it looking on your side? Because I can see the presentation. Maybe you want to start making opening remarks just so that we can get the show on the road. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, good afternoon, and good afternoon to all the members. Honorable Chairperson, I want to just extend an apology for the MEC. The MEC had a minor procedure last week, and the MEC is still recovering. So I just thought I should put it up front. Chairperson, the report of the department.
Which one is the apology exactly here? Can we be clarified there, Chair? Is it the MENA OP or is it the Auditor General?
What we'll do is we'll conduct a thorough investigation into the matter, members, and we will determine the true nature of the apology and report back.
Yeah.
We'll do an unannounced oversight to the MEC's house just to confirm.
Chair, we've noted that. Chair, I want to state that the performance of the department for Q3 is in line with what has been in the annual performance plan. And Chairperson, Q3 is towards the end of the financial year. Whilst we're also in Q3, we are starting to prepare for the Auditor General. And Chair, you will also notice part of Q3, there was a change in the Provincial Executive, the reconfiguration of the Provincial Executive. So at the time of the Provincial Executive being changed, it means that the delivery agreement between the Premier and the MEC had to change as well. Because as such, there was then emerging priorities. Issues for the department relates to the instilling of stability in government, but also dealing with coalition governments. And important for us as COGTA, as we need to lead, is the issues relating to energy and water security as well. You will also note that the Premier came up with a strategy where we need to relook at the work that government are doing. There was then elevated priorities for each department that they need to assist. And with the work that the department must do, Chair, I think it's important to note, and the report from Provincial Treasury clearly outlines that municipalities are in distress, and as a result of that, there is a greater urgency on the department to do more work. I thought by way of opening say that, Chair, the report will take into consideration both financial and non-financial performance. I would expect that the report has been read. There is also a response to the questions posed by the committee, but I would ask that the team just move us over to slide 4. Slide 4 will give us an essence of where we are. Chair, if you look at the overall performance, you will see financial and non-financial. Financial is a bit low at 69%. There is still 31% that has not been achieved. But Chair, if you look at Program 1 is the only program as at the end of Q3 that is virtually on track. But Program 2 is like 7% behind Program 3, 6, and then Program 4 is at 55%. So it looks like there could be a challenge in Program 4. But I can just say, Chair, if you look at Program 4, it's actually the smallest portion of the budget. And so with that being the smallest portion of the budget, there's only about 9 million left. So I don't think it's a significant area. Currently, as at the end of Q3, Chair, there is a need for us to just relook at how we're going to increase spending. And as we are currently sitting, preparing for the audit, there is no risk of material underspending because it was invoices for work done in municipalities that was delayed. It was about capacity building programs that will be rolled out from Q3 to Q4, and those payments will be going through. Chair, currently, when it comes to non-financial performance, we were currently at 86%. Most of the indicators there that we have not achieved is indicators across the program relating to some of the capacity building initiatives in municipality that needs to be undertaken. I believe, Chair, that from a financial perspective and non-financial perspective, we should be in a position to end up with the finances well above 90%, and we should be in a position, those targets that have not been achieved for non-financial, that we should achieve some of those in Q4. Chair, just to allow the financial part to be taken through by the CFO, I did indicate to the CFO that he needs to focus on the variances and how do we mitigate some of those variances going into Q4. Chair, one thing that I think the department must also do is we spend our budget the way it is currently on a straight line spending of 25% per quarter. But if you look at it over the last few years as well, with all departments, your first quarter is very low. But we projected 25%. Maybe the CFO and the team needs to look at the demand plans that you reduce your spending and your projections for quarter one so that it's in line. And then you make sure that the bigger portion of your budget, including your expenditure, is then earmarked for quarter 3 and 4, so that work can be done. I think also as a department chair, there needs to be a bit closer alignment between the financial and non-financial spending. And if we can look at reducing the projections for quarter 1 and increase it in quarter 4, it will give you that unique balance that you're looking for. Let me get the CFO to quickly talk about the variances. I will then conclude with some of the non-financial performance indicators, but also the areas relating to the responses to questions where I want to go into a little bit of detail. CFO?
Thanks, Adri. Thanks. Is it afternoon, Chair, and Honourable Chair and Honourable Members? I'll take the presentation as read, and then I'll do the analysis at high level and where we may have left out, and so I'll take those questions and I'll give response to members. Next slide. With regard to expenditure in accordance to economic classification, which they usually touch on it, Program 1, which is administration, was on track. The rest were slightly behind. That's the department. We were on average 7% below the normal target of 75% by third quarter. However, we need to take into consideration one major hurdle. The reason why our projection were at 25% during first quarter is, as a department, we are intending to conclude our procurement before the beginning of the financial year and implement from first day of the financial year. Unfortunately, due to the long outstanding or the long battle between AfriBiz and National Treasury on the issue of regulations, we only started doing actual procurement in around June, July, which is about 3-4 months after the beginning of the financial year. However, 69% really indicate that now, apart from concluding that procurement as quick as we could, after we allowed colleagues went and implement the projects. Next. And then with regard to economic classification, where we clearly behind is, I would say on our discretionary allocation, we were on track. And then where we're clearly behind, and I think that take into consideration that it's the biggest portion of our budget is on issues of personnel. So we started a year with hope that trade unions and as well as a representative of government will reach some sort of an agreement with regard to salaries, which at this point the matter was not resolved. And then towards the end of the financial year, where we were thinking of using the funds in alternative area, we advised that since the negotiations are still taking place, we need to be very careful on how we touch. And on that basis of advice, we did not touch the salary and use it for other purposes during adjustment budget. However, we have since communicated with the Treasury during the last 2 months of the financial year to allow us to use that money to support municipalities. So if the gazette goes through in accordance to the arrangement with the Treasury, the expenditure will be clearly lower than anticipated. I think initially we're estimating 20-25 million, at the most 30 million. That will not be spent on personnel cost, but we hope and we intend to have that impact in the current financial year. Like the AGD said, we intend to close the financial year with no material underspending of the budget, as it may be the case in the previous financial years. The rest of the slide, these slides to a lower level of individual unit and individual, and I think it may take a little bit a while. I'll take the message right and I'll go to the next aspect of the presentation. Next slide, pass, 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 and then transfers to municipalities. By the end of the quarter, with except to one municipality, we had transferred all the gazetted funds to all municipalities. The only municipality which did not get the total amount was Mfuleni. But the nature of the transfer which was meant to go to Mfuleni was performance in nature. And so we're waiting for the municipality to perform in accordance to the agreement, the funding agreement, as well as the condition of the gazette before we could. As a result, by the end of the quarter, we still had 3.9 million. That was we intended to transfer to Mfuleni, which was not transferred as yet. Next. As a result of that 3.9 million, we were transferred 84% of our grants to municipalities, except one, and the rest had received all their allocation in accordance to the Gazette. Next. Revenue collection. We are not a major revenue collector, but we're also struggling to collect in accordance to our estimate of 370,000 rands. And I need to put it to members to say our major revenue collection area is payroll related activities, i.e. parking, which we no longer charge because we don't have a building. All staff members, we used to charge them for parking. We don't do because we don't have a building. Another point, this is someone supposed to be, or we're laboring under the impression it is our building. Unfortunately, it's not. The other area we do is interest on outstanding debtors. Now, I think we also need to clarify that over the years, majority of interest on outstanding debtors would be staff members, but it will be predominantly those staff members who we have passed on and then paid post-mortem because of the system we use in government. For example, the salary run of the 15th closes month end, and should anything happen between month end and the 15th, it would mean that particular staff members will receive money they haven't worked for. And in most cases, those are the collections. So this year, we didn't have many of those, and as a result, did not collect as much. And then sales of goods. In the past, we used to sell tender documents, and now we are no longer allowed to sell tender document. Any person can download them from the Treasury website and use them, and we have to accept. And as a result, the only part where we sell, it would be unused assets. And then in this regard, we're hoping to sell a little bit of those which are not used. And then unfortunately, we are not successful. And as a result of the 370,000 rands revenue, we are hoping to collect, we only managed to collect about 180,000, which is about 50%. And we estimate we'll close the year with about 250 to 260,000 at the most, but 370,000, I really doubt that will arrive there. Next slide. Payment to suppliers. We currently sitting at aggregate of 98% service providers paid within 15 days. And then we're sitting on 100% of service providers paid within the statutory period of 30 days. And then in this regard, the 2% service provider we missed on 15 days was primarily due to load shedding and the missed interfaces between eGov and COGTA, because we do on SEP, and then eGov do the interface between the province and COGTA, and then COGTA does the interface with the bank. And then sometimes we miss payment runs because the interface between eGov and COGTA would have not happened due to load shedding, either with us or with COGTA. If with us, we miss the bus because it must be by 12 o'clock. If it's with them, we're not sure exactly what technical limitations that lead to such net payment. Next. And next. With procurement plan, next. With procurement plan, all we wanted to report is we had finished all the tenders which we advertised in around June, July by end of third quarter. So by studying the last quarter, we did not have any outstanding procurement except issues where we could not find a suitable service provider, and then we were forced to do re-advertisement. So the two were since finalized as re-advertisement, and the one, it's a new tender, and we have nothing. So we concluded everything which was sitting on our procurement plan at the beginning of the financial year. And I guess the expenditure is a very good demonstration of how procurement contribute to expenditure. Next. And then where we are battling, it's with regard to township economy. The number represent how far we have procured purely from the townships. And again, we use purely RFQs to procure from township enterprises, because with open tender, we don't have the law.
My apologies, we're having a problem with the recorder. It seems to have gone dead on their side. You getting me? Oh, we're not getting that particular mic. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Nope, not me either. All right, let's use this as a 2-minute break. If anyone needs to stretch or take a sip of water.
Discretionary portion of our procurement. Yes.
Should we speak a bit more just for you to check?
So should that all add to 100%? It's argued that all adds up to 100% by March. Remember, the target is 40%. Yes, and so which is in 40%.
Just testing. No, I don't think it's not to add up to 40. This is per month of what? So it's 16.31 of 40. That's why I'm saying it wouldn't add up. That's how I understood it. Am I? No, it's fine. I think what we want to see is it 16.31 of 40% per month, or is it of the overall, like I know what you're saying on the discretionary funding, I get that. But now, because we've segmented it per month, is it 40% that you're trying to reach per month? And then you only have 7% in October of that 40, or just so we understand?
Of the spend. So if we paid service providers an X amount to look at those who are based on township, and then we say this is what we paid to township businesses, and this is what we paid to all service providers, and then we take that as a percentage of, and I think the reason it varies is, yes, mostly address, yes.
All right, we're back on now.
Okay. So basically, if you have 100 rand is what you spend, what you're saying in April, it's 16 rand of the 100 rand. Yes, we'll spend on township-based enterprise. 100 rand, you would spend 5 rand. Yes, yes, exactly. So, yes, no, sorry, maybe I think we'll just put the formula. Yes, and maybe the reason why it fluctuates is it depends on that much, how much you spend. You know, let's say you take service like Vodacom, you take service like GFIT, you take service, those particular services are to a large extent predetermined. We only have 4 cell phone networks you cannot procure. And then now, when you pay those, and then you pay in relation to the RFQ you have gotten from those particular township enterprises, depending on how much you pay for those big services, the percentage will
Yes, will fluctuate, yes. Where you paid less to those service providers like June, the amount will go up, but where you pay more, the amount will come as if it's lesser. Next.
So what is the overall percentage for those months? If you add those all up and divide by
I think about 12% now.
about 12%.
Yes. Next slide. And then this just shows the amount of money we paid during the month to female-owned enterprises, 2 million, which makes about 23%. Youth spend 1 million. People with disability, that's where we struggle a little bit. And I know some members try to help by giving us database, DED gave us database. But the one unfortunate reality we normally overlook is the cost of compliance can be very expensive for newly formed enterprises. Just getting your tax claim certificate and then getting your numbers updated on CSD, and as well as filing the annual return of companies, which often comes as red. But very important is the banks, every 3-4 months, if there's no activity in the bank account, they close the account. And when you go to CSD, the account it's inactive, the service provider is not compliant, and then you can't use it. If they use them, you'll not be able to pay them until the issue is resolved, which result in the threaten the issue of the payment. Next slide. And then I think here, actually, is non-performance. I'll pause there. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, members. And thank you, Chair.
Chair, let me continue. Chair, let me just talk a little bit about what the CFO talked about, the compensation of employees. Yes, we are below the threshold for compensation. We're in the process of finalizing our organizational structure, and we do have an interim structure. But Chair, we are so cautious because you can see the protest action going on in the public service now. We have 6% in our budget for salary increases. If the public service, the national union settle at 8%, you must carry that 8% in your budget. So if we exhaust the entire compensation budget, it's going to give us problems. So we take a very cautious approach. We look at the strategy, and in line with the strategy, we fill vacant positions. So I think you will find that there's always a slight difference in the compensation. Chair, when it comes to non-financial, as the CFO indicated, our target in the APP is 15 days, but the statutory deadline is 30 days. But at 15 days, we're sitting at 98. It shows it's red because we need to achieve 100% within 15 days. And Chair, going forward, I think some of the other areas, the next slide just gives you in the local governance support. Mainly, what are these areas? There was challenges with Giodi. But the most important thing in Giodi, Chair, you can't have it spread across the organization. It must be managed by one unit, and it must be mainstreamed in the department. Those are some of the areas that we are looking at and finalizing in Q4, and also some of the capacity building programs with our municipalities should be convened in Q4, and some of them is underway. Chair, on the next slide, you will see that we're looking at MINMAC, that's all our IGR structures. We needed to re-look at it, focusing on what the challenges are in municipalities, so that your MINMAC meeting, your IGR structures, is targeted to address the problems in municipalities. So I think we should just move to the next slide on the presentation. And then, Chair, of course, when it comes to traditional leadership, the training, all of those will then be conducted as part of Q4. So we do not foresee significant challenges when it comes to our non-financial performance in Q4. We should be in a position to achieve most of the targets. I noticed that the slides are not moving, colleagues. Can we just move that? And then, Chair, let's go to the questions that was posed to us. And Chair, you will know that I only focused on the areas where we have not achieved in Q3, because that's where the areas where we need areas of mitigation. So, Chair, we can go straight to slide 36. That is the responses to the questions. There is a few questions that was posed. The one relates to the ward committees, and what we are sharing with the committee is that 34 ward committee members of Merafong were trained, and that is the demographics that we have. I think you are moving too fast. It's the previous slide still. and then 40 ward committee members of Mogale City and Rand West, 20 per municipality will be trained from 13 March onwards. I think that was the question that was posed. Chair, on the next slide, I think it's important, and you will see that the information in these few slides resonate with what Treasury have said. The question on how many senior management positions are vacant, which were filled, and how many positions there are. We have given the breakdown per municipality on the next slide. Chair, if you look at City of Ekurhuleni, you can see that they have a 28% vacancy rate, 7 positions are filled. But I want you to focus on point 3 at the bottom, Chair. If you look at service delivery coordination, which is a serious problem in municipalities, look when the position was advertised, look when is it closed, and the positions are still outstanding. So you can clearly see these are some of the challenges. I have started engagements with municipal managers, Chair, where they need to report to me and just engage me on how are they going to build the capacity in the municipality and how soon can they do that, because we as a department need to concur to those appointments, and we have 14 days to respond. But if they do not send us the full set of documentation to assess whether they have complied, we cannot concur. But just the time frame when the post was advertised, when it's closing, you can see, Chair, that even with the HOD strategy and corporate planning in Ekurhuleni has been a problem. If we go to Mfuleni, Chair, on slide 40, below we're just giving you the detail. There you can also see, Chair, the vacancy rate is currently at 62%, and there is 8 positions, 3 is filled, 5 is vacant. Chair, I do take the comment from Treasury that it will be difficult to attract the right caliber of person based on the category of the municipality, and also where remuneration linked to that. But there is a condition, Chair, there is upper limits that can be payable to those officials that it's reporting directly to the municipal manager on condition that you see concurrence from us. So what the municipality can do, if they have the person with the right caliber of skills and experience, they can write to the MEC to seek concurrence and say, we do not want to pay at the commencing scale. This is the experience, this is the previous salary of the person, and we can concur, and then that person can be paid. What they often do, they do it in reverse. They first pay the person a higher salary, and then they seek for concurrence, and then you can't do that. Then you need to get the person to pay back, and often is not attractive to officials in municipalities. But the legislative framework is not a deterrent to finding the right capacity. I just think you need to follow that process. And I know in the past, Chair, there was issues that the department took a little bit long to respond when it comes to concurrence for positions, but since the 1st of November, it has been very clear in the terms of the municipal structure saying, once they submit all the documentation, the department must look at it and respond within 14 days. So for candidate to wait for 14 days to get feedback, I don't think that should be a problem, but can they follow the right process and submit the right documentation? So I thought that particular point should be made. But if you can see, even with Mfuleni, Chair, when the positions was advertised, I know that they want to write to us or the municipal manager, but already the way the process have unfolded, there is some challenges in there. On the next slide, when we talk about Sedibeng, Chair, you can see the vacancy rate in Sedibeng is 83%. Only 1 position is filled. So that is a serious concern. And CFO, if they do regard positions so critical, if you have interviewed on the 21st of October, to conduct a verification analysis, Chair, shouldn't take you longer than 5 days. So it is a serious problem. So I hope to address some of these challenges with the municipal managers when I meet with them, and take it then from there. Chair, on the next slide, we're just sharing that there is regular engagements with departments. There is regular engagements on changes in legislation. National COGTA the other day presented to mayors, MMCs, and speakers the changes to the Municipal Structures Act. As part of the MEC's IGR forum, we're going to even table it there. But as part of the MEC's delivery agreement, Chair, what I pick up is the legal capacity in municipalities have been eroded. So they're doing the wrong things. If you look at the work that the department is doing in municipalities, assessing legal compliance in terms of contract management and appointments, they do not have that capacity. So that legal IGR stream, I have indicated to the Director Legal, it's something that we need to resuscitate, to work closely with them, because all the things that they use as the legislative framework being a deterrent, it's not entirely true, Chair. So there is ways how that can be addressed. Chair, on the next slide, it's important just to note that the budget adjustment we have reported to the committee also when we were in Centre, the budget adjustment was very minimal. It was about 4.1 million. Most of the cost went for Microsoft licenses that needs to be paid. Internal variances were done, so we did not ask for additional money. So primarily it related to a Microsoft license that needed to be paid. Chair, on the next question, I think this is where we talk a little bit more about Mfuleni. We thought we needed to give a lot of detail. Some of the key things that the Portfolio Committee is asking is about the impediments that are associated with the provincial intervention. We know that it's coming on for quite some time in Mfuleni, but Chair, if you look at how all the municipalities are structured, the work that Treasury are doing, the work that the department are doing, there is a very fine line as to where the department has local standing to proceed beyond a certain point. If we, for instance, develop a governance framework for the municipality, if they don't take it through the various committee structures, there's nothing that the department can do. If you have developed a policy and you assist them how to deal with revenue collection, specifically a financial recovery plan as informed by the DDG of Treasury, if they don't take it through the various structures, it's like you're starting from scratch when you're going back. And that's one of the problems. So, Chair, if we go on to the next slide, the very first responses that we gave under finance will tell you that the municipality is in distress. The municipality will remain in distress for quite some time, simply because what the good work that you do in 1 month, unfortunately, it needs to be sustained over a period of months. There is no way that you're going to get past the current debt. You can, even if you get the provincial government to settle the debt, which they don't have the money for that, within 1 month, they will go back into the same debt. So if you see that, Chair, the municipality is not financially stable. Treasury indicated that they submit unfunded budgets, and the collection rate at 75% for the past 5 years is way below the norm of 95. But then the budgets is then based on 95, which completely makes them unsustainable. And an issue relating to payments of cash, issues relating to having sufficient reserves, just that part, Chair. If we can't fix that part with municipality, it becomes a problem. And the work that you are doing, the billing problems, we've talked about billing. The department has intervened in billing in some of the municipalities. But once we've cleaned data, once we have addressed the billing challenges, once there is smart meter that's been installed, it then becomes a management responsibility that the departments in the municipality needs to take forward. Once they don't take it forward, Chair, we just go back. So it's going to be a process of continuous monitoring, and we probably need to be a bit more involved, but as we are already, you can see some strength in improving, but it's not sustainable. It's not consistent, and it creates problems. And of course, the challenges with rainwater and Eskom remains a very, very big risk. Chair, on the next slide, we're just giving you some sense on some of the issues relating to supply chain. And that is where, Chair, if you want to have proper controls, you need to address the issues of supply chain. But if we as a department have experienced such difficulty in addressing issues of establishing committees to ensure proper controls and oversight, you can just imagine the state of the municipality, because if that part is not done properly, you will incur irregular expenditure, you will incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So the only one light point that we can see is the part where the infrastructure grant expenditure has increased in comparison with previous years, but it's something that they need to work around on. And the same applies to issues relating to governance, but then also the supply chain management process. And the biggest impediment for us, Chair, is you can actually have a team sitting there throughout the audit, preparing for the audit. Once the audit outcomes are issued, you have an audit improvement plan. If you cannot deal with that on a monthly basis and institutionalize that in your daily operations, there is not a lot that you can do. I think one thing that we can take from this slide, Chair, is the issues of litigation and disciplinary matters. The legal cases that was reviewed, from 14, 9 are due for settlement. What does that mean for us? It means that if you are ready to settle, it means either you do not have the required documentation to engage. So when a person was dismissed, you have dismissed the person without following procedure. You only follow a settlement, Chair if you know you have a case, if the party know they have a case, but you can say, listen, the appetite of the department taking risk is too high. Should I rather spend 1.5 million on a settlement, or should I let the case run for another 3 years and spend 10 million? That's where you do a settlement, not because the department is at risk. But clearly here, you can see the departments and the municipality there is at risk. So with those cases that has been assessed, what other contracts has been signed and legal matters that has emerged since we have done that? Those are some of the risks that we are looking at. And at face value, you are not told about these risks. You only look at these risks when payments are made. Then you need to understand why has the payments in this month been so high, and then you can pick up it is from cases like that. Chair, then on infrastructure delivery, I think it's important to note that there has been challenges. Whilst the solid waste management plan has been developed, I would like to see when that process is being taken through the municipality, because it's a problem. GDAD assisted with purchasing of a waste management fleet, but I know at some point some of the assets was attached in Mfuleni. I don't know was that assets attached as well. So it's a serious concern. So although the waste management service has increased, it falls way below the level of expectations of citizens. And of course, where the department was involved is trying to reduce the distribution losses with the online metering, and also the work that we are doing on water conservation management and electricity, the cost of electricity supply. So those are some of the key work that we are doing. And as we say with infrastructure delivery, even on the next slide, Chair, because these are monies that is appropriated through a grant, you expect the municipality to spend it because they do get that money. And if you look at the state of infrastructure in every municipality, it's dire. If we look at Merafong at this stage, we have an intervention in Merafong. We need to lobby all departments to go and assist with work. The municipality will support. It doesn't mean that they have the capabilities or the support to actually support us in that process. So it's important that we need to know that. Chair, on the next slide, we're just sharing with you some of the interventions on the Section 63 on the Water Services Act that is underway, that needs to be looked at. Chair, the final question from the Portfolio Committee was relating to DDM. Chair, we do have an intergovernmental relations structure where we bring the Office of the Premier, Provincial, Treasury, and all the municipalities and everybody together on a quarterly basis, and these sessions are taking place in those municipalities. The recent one took place about 2 weeks ago in Tshwane, and where we monitor the implementation of DDM. But of course, Chair, you can't as a department monitor everything. So we focus on those key catalytic projects in the various regions, and those ones that make a material difference to the work and the lives of the people in the district. But also as a department, through the MTech process with Treasury, we do assess the budgets of sector departments, and we are now looking at a process of reviewing the DDM1 plans, but then also, Chair, a dashboard has been developed. The next few slides just gives you some progress on the work that we have done with Citibank, with the city of Joburg and city of Tshwane and also city of Ekurhuleni. I don't want to go into detail. I think if there is a need for a proper briefing on DDM and all the other projects, I think that will be a session that needs to be separated. But we just thought we share with each of the municipalities what are those catalytic projects that we need to look at. Okay, maybe I should stop here and we can be guided by you, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you. I'm going to assume everyone from your department that you've wanted to interact has spoken. So I can open up now. All right, members, let's start on this side just to keep things interesting. Yeah. I'll go to you first, Member Ngube, Member Macheke number 2, Member Delanga number 3. Okay, all right, we'll start with you, with you, Member Ngube.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, HOT, for the presentation. My first interaction, the first department was Treasury that we met today. And Treasury indicated that there are provincial departments that are not paying the municipalities. And my question would be, what is the situation with this department? If it is not paying the municipality, why not? And how soon are you going to pay the municipality if you are not? The other one is on the financial situations on Tshwane, Joburg, Morafong. Let me just end there. You know others. To say if they can't even have money to pay to cut grass, let me say that. If you drive in these highways or freeways, you could see the grass is just tall as like me, and while moving towards winter, where anyone can just throw in a light there and then we have disaster. So what can be done? Treasury told us about some factors that are contributing towards that, the poor planning, the governance problem, and all those things. So from your side, because before you could declare administration, there has to be some means of support that you need to put. It's worse because these are metro municipalities. They are supposed to be better than the local and the district municipalities. You will say it's because of the instability of the coalition, but then how do we go out of that? Because it's just people are suffering because of the poor service delivery. There's a slide where you talked about the PAC. The BAC that will meet on the 29th of January. And today it is the 14th of March. Maybe this presentation was for the second quarter. Maybe you just updated it because it's still telling us about the January. On the township economy, I'm interested to know the kinds of products that is being bought from the township, because that will give us some hope that the question of the pronouncements that were stated by the previous Premier Makura and that has been done just recently by the present Premier is taking off. And it's kind of products that the department is buying from the township, and also in which corridors, so that when we, like people in Mamelodi, if you go there, they tell you that we have to have catering coming from there, where the taxis, they even have problems even if we go with the legislature combi, as if we have to take the combi from themselves to the legislature, and then it takes us there. So you tell us then the corridors in terms of where, and also the products that you buy from the women and youth. What are the types of those products? And those products that you buy, and in which corridors? Because youth also, when you meet with them outside, they tell us, which we know, there's a high rate of unemployment, which is even above 50%. And you also reported about you monitor the municipalities in terms of their responsiveness to GBV. I'll tell you, I don't know what is the outcome of that monitoring, but I'll tell you just with one municipality where I'm deployed. It's a ward, what municipality of the ward? Municipality is Joburg. Ward 135, it's the Provincial, where there are cases, very bad cases, where women are slaughtered by their partners into pieces and put into a fridge, where a partner will burn the house inside with the girlfriend and his son. There are many. Then I was even saying yesterday, maybe there's satanism in that word, because there are many cases that are similar to this. So when you monitor, what kind of programs or kind of the monitoring, what is it that you expect to be done by the municipality in such cases? Because I will be interested. We have no solution in terms of prayers have been done, it's continuing unabated. So help us to say, what is the Joburg municipality doing in this, and in given your level of monitoring also? Let me agree, I said it when the MEC was here. Let me agree with the MEC of Treasury, who said he will be happy if portfolios at the legislatures, we don't just complain to you and to them as political heads, but if we call the CFOs, the municipal managers, and the rest, HR and all those things, people that are dealing with the supply chain, those that are not HR, not advertising the vacancies as we see key positions in Citibank that are not filled. What are the reasons? Where have they advertised them? Are they not getting the relevant people? Why are they not headhunting? Why not asking from themselves to help? And even in other provinces, we can get the people that can manage the municipalities. So I would then agree to say we need that audience with them direct. We tried in the previous portfolio calling Tswane more than 3 times. They won't come. What we did in one meeting, which adjourned, and we said by whatever time we need them there. And then so the CFO then came after being asked, breaking that CFO to the meeting, and their political heads never ever set their feet in our meetings. Even our previous meeting, we expected that the mayors and other senior officials will come to us, but you know, only juniors locals and officials that came to this portfolio. So we will then request yourself, because they are under yourselves, or in terms of the role of this department, to say let's all go there, because you all take this guardian missiles that we put on you, but them, they just it's business as usual. On the municipalities that are in distress, it's the same thing. Honorable Mfuleni, Merafo, Sidibeng, Tshwane, Joburg, we need a focused engagement with them in terms of how are they going to go. Yes, Joburg has borrowed those billions, but I understand those billions are going to pay the service providers that have not been paid. So what it means, service delivery is also not going to be affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Machek.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks HOD and CFO for the presentation. I promise you I'm not going to be long, but I also want to plead with you, HOD and CFO. Don't be tempted to respond to inputs that overlaps into the fourth quarter. We must not blame our own internal processes. You submitted some time last year. We are only dealing with the third quarter on the basis of our own sector oversight model imperatives now. So don't be tempted. You'll answer to us on the fourth quarter sometime in July. Don't worry. It's a process that will correct, and I know that the chairperson is aware that some of us who have just recently, I'll say recently, though our term is coming to an end, we have recently joined in 2019. We've forever been raising these issues with the officials within the legislature, that we are dealing with things that have already reached their own conclusion. So I'm just pleading with you, don't be tempted. HOD, I've listened to you, and I really want to commend you. Do not blame yourself. I'm one of those members that serves on a number of portfolio committees in the legislature. For the mere fact that there's no correlation between your expenditure, financial expenditure, and non-financial expenditure, don't be hard on yourself. As long as you are below the expected expenditure, because I think you are sitting at around 69%. If you were spending more than your targets, I can assure you we are going to have issues with yourself. But we take the point that you are raising as it relates to your straight line budgeting. I think it's a very good comment that you are making, and look into it, because sometimes that is why others, they will say you are doing fiscal dumping, not understanding that it's because of how processes of government work. Maybe look at making sure that you move away from the straight line budgeting process. But as long as, because maybe some of your targets are not necessarily having financial implications, hence you'll have a situation where your budget and your targets are not correlating. Your 10 days payment is very commendable, I must say, as compared to other departments within the province. Please keep it up. You've moved from legislated 30% to 15%. You now move to 10%. It's commendable. Let's just make sure that we reach that 100% on making sure that we pay our service providers. And I'm raising this because I also happen to be the chair of economic development. And I know that once you pay our service providers, they are able to sustain their businesses and create the much needed jobs within the province. So let's make sure that our service providers are paid on time. Now, I want to also zoom into this issue that you've raised of the RFQs, CFO. We must never make that mistake, CFO. We do understand that there are services that will not necessarily
form part of the GOD targets. But we must never reduce our people to RFQs. Chairperson, in your absence.
I'm here.
You are here now, yeah. 18 chair. We must never reduce our people to RFQs, never. Township economy, they also want to participate in the mainstream economy of our province. It can be on the basis of RFQs. That language for future references, while some of us are still members of this committee, we must not even hear that tone. But correct that part of your GOD targets. Don't include the entire goods and services expenditure into your own targets. That's why there was that bit of confusion, and you tried by all means to want to make sense of those percentages that we will have highlighted there. And I also want to disagree. Please don't give us April, May. Just give us for the quarter that we are dealing with. We don't want to go back to the other months previously. Please look into your issue of people with disability. We can't be spending 43,000 and want to give excuses as to why we are not procuring from people with disability. I mean, we are promoting their discrimination even further. I mean, if someone within the province of Gauteng will look at your presentation, and here's a department responsible for local government, you are only procuring around 43,000 for people with disabilities, is totally unacceptable. Military veterans, also HOD and SCFO, can we really look into those issues? Maybe find a way of working with Treasury and others when they do their own workshops in terms of targeting these groupings, so that it is they're within your own database. I think, HOD is like you were part of our meeting with Treasury as it relates to contract management within municipalities. I think it's one area. I think it's one area that we've also identified as a problem for municipalities as it relates to how they handle their contracts. And two last points that I want to raise.
Can I call an order there? You're a little bit higher.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The last 2 points, the target on capacity building for MPEX. Earlier we met with Treasury, and one of the areas that we've picked up as a challenge for municipalities is in relation to the capacity of MPEX. Can we make sure that we attend to that target so that at least we train them and build the capacity that we've identified as it being lacking? And then the last issue, I know it's not necessarily, Chair, related to the third quarter. Your declaration of disaster management areas, I know it's not necessarily with this particular quarter, but because of we are talking about disasters, we know as we make reference to what is currently happening in Mrafo on the issues of the sinkholes. Are you having any plans in place so that we address a situation that we are seeing in Mrafo with any other mining areas that might be faced with a similar situation? Thank you, teacher.
Maybe before I come to the next speaker, on Saturday, I happened to meet with the Minister of Human Settlement. I was asking her, when are they acting after they've declared the state of disaster? And she said municipalities are supposed to take decisions and write to them. So it has contributed to the delay. And she then said, I think MINMEC or so, or Cabinet, which says come the 1st of April, then what it means, national will just come to where there are disasters, because the municipalities are taking more time, are taking longer. Thank you. Is your hand up? Okay.
Chair, thank you very much. I'll be shorter. I just want to confirm, we talk about the smart meters to be installed again. I think we have spoken to Mfuleni in that regard, but I would just like to know, in a week or two ago when we had the session with the municipalities, we had one of the municipalities that has just gone through the process of installing smart meters at millions of rands, just to turn around to say that it's not working. Should we not perhaps have a look at this situation before we allow another municipality to spend and waste millions of rands on installing smart meters? I think it was Mogale City, if I'm correct, that had the issue. I still ask them, would that not be, then it would come down to wasteful expenditure. So I think maybe if we could caution just to have a look at the situation first before we go the same route here, why Mogale City had the issue, and now sit with millions of rands that's actually wasted. I think I would suggest that. And then Mfuleni, if I look at the documentation we've seen just now, we need to take note that they have 2,365 employees, of which very few are actually really effective, if qualified. Has there ever been an investigation to look into the matter of how many employees there are, how many are really effective and suitable for the positions, and then look at the fact that we still need to employ people in positions and not performing as they should. And then in terms of the new appointments, we only see that there's been one appointment made. I would also like to ask if there's ever been any investigation into the fact that a lot of the appointments, the appointment processes, are being frustrated, especially when candidates applying does not suit the panel that is supposed to appoint them. And then these processes are being, like I say, it's being frustrated. And that would be part of the whole system, why there are not any more people employed into positions where we have vacancies. Thank you, Chair.
Any hand this side? My left? You're fine. Okay. HOT in the team?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let's deal with it in two ways. I'm going to ask the CFO to respond on the issues relating to the RFQ, GIODI issues and all of those. And then the monitoring and evaluation team with the local government, just to talk about the smart meters, the monitoring and things like that, and where they can respond, and then I will conclude with all the other responses. But let's start with the CFO, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start with the issue of payment of municipal accounts. We do have an account with the City of Johannesburg for our building in Midrand, which account we service and its update. However, there is a problem with City of Joburg billing system. They give you a bill today, and they say 30 days is this amount and 60 days is the amount, and you pay the total bill. The next bill, when it comes, it says 60 days is this amount. And now question becomes, we paid the bill in full last month, inclusive of what the city would have regarded as outstanding amount, and now they're claiming that there's another amount which is 60 days a payment. But now, I think at some point we may also have to consider challenging that billing in the court, because what happens if you don't pay, they go to the newspapers and they switch off the building as if the amount is neglected. Now, every 2-3 months or so, we always find ourselves in lockerhead on the amount which is sustaining for more than 60 days, because in the billing there's always that amount, even if you pay the last bill in full. And then maybe on the BAC of January, maybe we just wanted to put a point to say the issues outstanding, we always try to deal with them as quick, as it is possible. And then on the issue of products we buy from township businesses are mainly stationery, promotional items, catering, and as well as services around the events we host in the locals. Because the last thing you'd want to do is host an event in Mamelodi and bring a service provider from Soweto. It's not going to happen, and so it's mostly around that. Now, I'll try and maybe clap it together the issues of RFQ, and we're not saying we're using RFQ exclusively to try and empower, but it's where we have absolute power, and the rest we try to use open tenders. But the 90% of the services we use as a department are professional services, and then that's where the challenge becomes, because in order for you to employ the service of an engineer, he needs to be a member of South African Council of Engineering. The firm needs to be a member of South African Council of Engineering. And then if you want to employ the service of a legal practitioner, there must be a member of South African Legal Practice Council, and so forth and so on. And I think majority of our target group, that's where they come short when they respond from those open tenders. But in this regard, when we do, and if we can try to assist as much as possible, but again, there's a limit to what you can assist, because if you cross the line, then you are no longer assisting, you're participating, and then it's all corruption and in legal terms. And so it's like trying to fix a moving vehicle. You must always consider the limit. But generally, we're saying RFQ are where we absolutely can be able to empower target groups with open tender. Often the issues of compliance becomes an issue, because our services are mostly exclusively, mostly 90-95% are professional services, engineers to support municipalities, legal practitioners to support municipalities, accountants to go and support municipalities, and there are a few areas where we buy. There are a few areas where we buy for our own consumption, and I think that's where the issues are. But even with tenders, often the challenge becomes the existing legal prescripts. Maybe now it's slightly different because we have goals. We no longer use the issues of as it was the previous regulations, and so. But now, still, even goals contribute about 20% of the point when you do calculation. 80% still come from pricing. So meaning that the cheapest one get maximum point on pricing, and then the highest one get a minimum point on calculation. That's how the formula is. And again, the other observation we've made on tenders that comes in is bigger businesses, they have better rebates with their suppliers, whereas smaller businesses, they don't have rebates or small rebates at all. And for that reason, when they quote, their quote will come higher, because that is the supply. Now, I'll often give a simple example of construction. When you do construction, big construction company buys concrete at 800 tons, whereas small construction company buys the same concrete from the very same supplier at 1,200. When it comes to crunches of evaluation, the price, who cost least get the highest point, and who cost the most get the least point. So naturally it means until such time The issue is arrested at supplier level. Small businesses are unlikely to grow beyond a certain level because the suppliers that supply them, they will still have a major role to play using the formula which we use by Provincial Treasury. I'll stop there, Chairperson, and then maybe commit that we'll do our best to try and empower military veterans. We'll do our best and try and empower the people with disabilities. Thanks.
Okay, Chair, let me just invite one of the other colleagues to respond, and I don't know if the teams that side, Chair, they deliberately don't sit next to a mic, not to talk. I picked that up. But the DG.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. I am going to speak to the issue around the city of Tshwane and city of Johannesburg, and also in terms of just the other points around what are we doing to turn around. I think the DG Vetboy covered a lot of the work that we are doing jointly with them in terms of looking at the financial viability of municipalities. I think traditionally we have not been offering, besides the monitoring of performance of metros, most of our work, most of our support work has been with local municipalities. But with the city of Tshwane and city of Joburg in particular, we are embarking on a project that will run over the next 2 years, looking at the municipal viability assessments. Here we're looking at what the state of the municipality is and what sort of strategies and plans can be explored and put in place to look at issues around financial viability and revenue capacity. We know that over the last few years, the ability to collect has been on the decline. So we are looking at long-term solutions over that, and we're working with a city of Tshwane, with GPT and Salga. But I must say that we are able to move at a snail's pace from a capacity point of view in terms of the budget that we have. So we work within our means, and as DDG Owen said, you cut your suit according to your cloth. I think that's one of the challenges that we have, in the sense that the challenges in metros in particular are huge, and they have huge budgets. So when you even look at their budgets and our budget is minuscule. However, we are making inroads in terms of that space. We are also looking at issues around the UIFW, and audits, again working closely with GPT. We are also in the city of Tshwane in particular, and some of the other municipalities like Mfuleni are looking at the area around legal and labor support, because that's an area that we found, particularly when we went into Mfuleni, that issues of litigation, especially in the labor space, are quite huge and are quite serious. So that is an area that we are providing expertise to work with them. I think the challenge will always remain the ability and the appetite of the municipalities to then look at the recommendations and outcomes of some of those investigations and follow them through. Because some of that work is done, but in terms of taking and following up on some of the findings often remains a challenge. We've also done and continue to capacitate MPEX councillors and officials, again, cutting our suits based on the size of our cloth around capacity building in the area of accountability and ethical conduct. I think MEC Mamabulo earlier on raised the issue around leadership and issues of governance. So we are looking at that space to say, how do we strengthen at least the skills part around accountability and ethic. I think the rest of the journey will then depend on the specific leader or municipal manager to then implement that learning and ensure there's accountability and consequence management. And then just lastly, and then we are doing some work again, in terms of the stabilizing coalition governments. We are looking at providing a mediation expertise in that space so that we are able to then strengthen their ability to manage the conflict in a much more a progressive manner. And then finally, just to say that we also work with other sector departments. For example, you raised the issue around grass cutting. In some situations, we mobilize our sister departments like GDAT to then come in and assist in terms of those spaces. For example, we've done quite a bit of work in the Mfuleni area where they've contributed to waste. So in areas where we are able to mobilize other sector departments based on their mandates, we then are able to bring them on board to assist. Thank you.
Chair, and just to conclude, the comment about why provincial departments are not paying municipalities is indicated by the CFO. The situation could have changed slightly, but I was part of a task team with former MEC Ralhoko where we had to engage departments. 80% of the disputes why municipalities have not been paid is in Johannesburg. I have seen that during my time at Roads and Transport where the city would want to cut off some of the Gautrain stations, but then it's only because payment has been made, but according to their records, they deem 1 or 2 payments outstanding. Chair, on the issue of engaging municipalities and attending to portfolio committee meetings, what we have done since the last meeting we had where municipalities presented and the city of Johannesburg was referred back, I engaged those city managers that where reports will be requested, they would submit those to the department and we'll make sure that we can coordinate that they also attend. And we'll ask the MEC just to intervene where there is a need for us to get the political principles in those particular municipalities to also come on board. Chair, yes, the issue of GBV is a serious problem, and we know the lead department is the Department of Community Safety, but all departments have to play a role in that, and it's something that we as a department should also look at. Chair, we've taken note of the comments on the work that we need to do on Giodi PWDs, military veterans, but then also the capacity building in municipalities, and as we go forward we'll report on that in a bit more detail. As per our engagements with Merafong, what we have picked up, Chair, there is an urgent need for us to engage the mining industry, because part of the problems in communities is as a result of the blasting that's been done in the mining industry, and they need to come on board when it comes to the rehabilitation of road, rehabilitation of infrastructure in communities. So we are starting with Merafong on those, and we will be able to provide some feedback on those. Chair, it will be interesting at some point when there is further time in the Portfolio Committee that the department just present to you the status of where municipalities are. It's a full comprehensive report where we monitor the performance of municipalities based on a specific dashboard that was agreed with MINMEC. So it will provide more light on where the municipalities are. But let me check with my team, Chair, if they may want to add one of the things. Dr. Salahai? Okay, thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. Mine is just to add on the issue of smart meters that was raised. Yeah, I think the presentation that was done indicated the 12,500 prepaid meters. Those are prepaid meters. The intervention from our side as Gauteng COGTA is on online metering for large power users. And in Mfuleni, we are monitoring about 1,779 large power users meters. So what we are replacing is only if we see tampering on meters by large power users, because predominantly those meters are three-phase meters, and the municipality is still responsible for the other side, where the voltage transformers and current transformers have problems. that is still the responsibility for the municipalities. But this intervention is very important because, as you know, the consumption in most municipalities, large power users account to about 40% to 60% of consumption of powers in the municipalities. And you have been seen that, more especially in Enifuleni, there have been serious tampering of meters. Where they have three-phase, you'll find that they're built only in one phase, and then the other two phases are tampered with. Thanks.
Chair, thank you very much. I think all the others were comments. I don't think and I don't see a hand from anybody else. But thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Apologies, members. I had to step up to deal with an issue which I'll speak to in just a moment. But I just want to make sure, in terms of COGTA, members, I think we're covered on Q3. And we do appreciate it. I know we're a little bit tired, but I'm going to say thank you and also release the Department of COGTA until next time and we see you. Of course, our report will be presented in the House in the upcoming weeks as well on Q3. Thank you very much to yourself, HOD, and to the team. Honourable members, I'm now moving to agenda point 6, which is meant to be the third quarter report of eGov. But I think we must allow the Department of eGov to come inside. Yeah, let's do that. Right, let's get eGov in here faster. Maybe Charlene, just go rustle them up there. All right, honorable members, colleagues, we have the Department of eGov with us. You'll notice I had to step out of the session just a few moments ago to be briefed on a matter that does require our attention as a portfolio committee. And that is that around what's been submitted to the committee by the department. We're meant to be receiving the third quarter report as a formal presentation to us. What's been sent thus far is just response to the questions that we have put forward. In terms of actual presentation, that is similar to what COGTA presented. We don't have that. Upon further investigation, it looks as if these are things that were submitted a much earlier period and may not necessarily be relevant. But I think beyond that, there's a growing issue that I think we need to address HOD. And you know, it is worrying because you mentioned some of the difficulties in the reasons why you couldn't present earlier, et cetera, what's happening. But there's a general feeling on undermining the portfolio committee. And I say this because we are really doing our best as a committee. We may be a new committee, a newly reconfigured committee, but that doesn't mean we'll be taken for fools. And I think it's just very, very important that we lay down the law and we express ourselves now. What must be presented to the speaker, what must be sent and presented to a portfolio committee are very particular. You've been in HOD and your team has been here for a very long time. So for there not to be proper presentation and things not to be sent appropriately is just unacceptable. But further to that, it speaks to a much greater problem, I think, within the department. And I worry because we see a very big or rather drastic decline in the performance in the department. So one then asks, is this culture of lack of accountability, the culture of a lack of consequence management, culture of not meeting deadlines, a culture of not taking seriously when members are trying to ascertain the right information, or when we're also trying to get down to the bottom of problems, there's a seemingly of a passing off. And I'm going to say it on the record, we can't take kindly to it. We can't take kindly to it, HOD, and we've really tried, and I'm really trying even now to be understanding, but this portfolio committee, we're not here for fun. I don't know, maybe people think we're here for fun. But we're elected, and yes, we may be politicians. We may not be governmental officials. All of us come from different backgrounds, and we have different levels of expertise, but we're also deserving of your respect. We respect you, and I would hope that you would respect us. And part of that is not just in your demeanor and how you speak to us, it's also around how we treat the portfolio committee and our deadlines and what's required. So members, we have a decision before us. You can look at what's been sent. These are the actual responses to the questions. From what we have in front of us, there's no presentation. We can allow HOD to speak or not speak. I don't think it's going to make a big difference. But I've also had a conversation with the MEC. I've also had very harsh words with him because I think even the fact that he's not here, we also had harsh words about that. Makes it very difficult for us to find, is this a political issue? Is this an official issue? Is this a pipeline issue, etc.? And also, poor Vuisile as a PLO is also been told off because there's just been a collapse. And I want to say it's the first time, but it's not the first time. And that's why I want to take a very particular approach to this HOD and really say that it's unacceptable. And that it puts not just yourself at risk in terms of our work, but also us. What do we say to the public? We're live on YouTube right now. We don't know how many people are watching, but the reality of the matter is that Gauteng residents are not getting what they need. And like I said, we're not here for fun. We are constitutionally elected. We have constitutional duty to play out. And we cannot do that without your cooperation, HOD. We cannot do that. And if we cannot do your job, nobody will. And it's the citizens at the end of the day who are harmed. With the poor and the working class who do need access to a GBN, who do need access to ICT, who do need us to fight for them. So there's a major knock-on effect if we don't get our work done. It's not that we work in isolation. Again, we're not here for fun. Maybe people have perceptions of politicians, but it's not this portfolio committee. We work very hard. We work very, very hard. And when that's not respected, it must be highlighted. So I will be writing a letter of complaint to the MEC's team. Like I said, it's unacceptable. It's not the first time. And I also want to propose to members two options. We could continue with whatever we've got, which right now is just answers to questions, a report that says January, or not even a report, let me say a slideshow, because that's another problem. What was presented or rather submitted from the Department of eGov was not the official quarterly 3 report, it was a slideshow. a slideshow that's dated even before from January. That's the first option. We can continue, or we can decide to send the department packing. I write that official letter. The official letter of complaint I'm going to write regardless, because I think it's very important to lay down the law. But the second option is that we send the department packing. They then come back to us on the 23rd, which will be a very, very long meeting, and we will start early and we will accept no apologies whatsoever. And if there aren't people who are present, we will also take it much further and escalate it to the Speaker's office and maybe even the Premier's office as well. And then we continue with the quarter 3 in that manner. But I want to be guided by members, because I don't want us to make an executive decision alone. Of course, we work as a collective, so let me just hear some thoughts. Also, if members would like to hear from the HOD, we can, but I don't think that's going to make a very big difference, especially given what's been put in front of us and from a number of people. So let me hear what members have to say on the two proposals and which one is in favor. Shall we start on this side? Member Atkinson, I'll note you first. Go ahead.
Chair, I'd support you in this process. There really is very little we can do if we're looking at a presentation that's effectively a month and a half out of date. And if we actually don't have the report in the format that is required, it's really not possible for us to do our job. So I would agree that we require that the department come back on the 23rd of March with all the information that we require. That would be my position. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I'm also sharing the same sentiments as Mr. Atkinson, that let the department go back and prepare themselves and then come back on the 23rd of March. Thank you.
Member Masheke?
Yeah, no, Chair. I think you have already ruled on the matter, and we are guided by you in terms of the rules and orders of the legislature, but not only in terms of the rules and orders of the legislature. I think you've raised quite a number of issues that we have taken note of, and we tend to want to agree with you that let the department go and get its house in order. And maybe we must also re-emphasize this point that we've raised, Chair, that the department needs to be aware that we don't do oversight over individuals. We are doing oversight over the department. Whether an individual will be there in that department or not, our work will continue. We're elected by the people of Gauteng to make sure that we do oversight over the Department of E-Government. And it must not be seen as if we are doing an oversight over an individual or individuals. Or those individuals or individual, they must not think they are doing us a favor when they come before the portfolio committee. And that, I thought, it must be recorded so that everybody in this particular meeting must be aware that they are not doing us a favor. Much as we were elected by show of hand and will be removed by show of hand. But there's a reason why the people of Gauteng elected us to be here, in order to make sure that the much needed service delivery, especially as it relates to e-gov, it's attended to. Thanks, Chair.
Any other members? Member Delan?
Chair, thank you very much. As part of the collective and part of the COGTA committee, I would also like to reiterate that I support your proposal. There's no point in listening to an ineffective report, that presentation that would be dealt with us. It's not acceptable. Thank you very much.
All right. But let me welcome to. Then at least I know we have mass political agreement.
Thank you, Chair. Evening, HOD and your team. I think if we take our oversight work seriously, we will work on this incomplete report. The other basis of that, I want to support you, Chair, that they go prepare themselves and then come back on the 23rd. All
right, thank you. HOD, I think the committee is unanimous in our decision. I really do want us to have a good working relationship. But we can't do that if we don't take each other seriously. And if we don't find a way to overcome whatever it is that's really hindering the work And I don't just mean this on a substantive level. I mean, there's some serious accountability questions here that we need to address. And our channels, communication channels, will always be open. But we do need to respect each other as colleagues. And we really do need to heighten our process, because when we are attacked in communities and we attacked in the public, we're fast getting to a point where people are seeing it not just in fact, it's less about the politicians and more about the governmental employees and the governmental officials. So HOD, I think, to give you benefit of the doubt, let me not allow you to respond. Let's not degenerate. You are welcome now to step out. We will see you on the 23rd. No apologies will be accepted. We'll start the meeting earlier. We will go through quarter 3 with us. The MEC will also be present for Isile as well. The MEC will be present. And as a result of that, we'll then take it forward with the FIS as well. And then HOD, we can also speak offline about how we deal with this matter going forward, but it's completely untenable. And like I said, I will be writing a formal letter of complaint to the MEC. All right, thank you very much. You are released. Members, I want us to go to agenda point 7, but of course, let's ensure, Charlene, that the record holds that we have dismissed the department due to non-compliance of quarter 3 submission, but further to that, due to a lack of accountability and the inability to really ensure that they meet their targets and submissions on time. All right, we've got the minutes of the 3rd of March, members. I'm going to, Charlene, is your set of minutes. Please, can you project them? And then we'll go through them very quickly, and then we'll move beyond that so that we can ensure we've got what we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. First page for the minutes of the 3rd of March. Is it
yeah, projected, please.
Thank you. The first page, we have the opening and the welcoming. The meeting was to consider and adopt the PAAB reports for both votes, as well as the research analysis and the third quarter performance reports. Testing, 1, 2. Awesome, thank you. Agenda item number 2, it was the apologies, and there was no written apologies received for the session. Members' attendance. Item number 3, confirmation of the agenda. It was adopted with some additions made. We adopted the minutes of the 10th of Feb as a true reflection of the meeting. Provincial bills we adopted for vote 7 and vote 13 under item 5. Item number 6, both research analysis were presented. We highlighted the presentation outline. Resolutions tracking, there was no items. NCOP bills, no items. Petitions, there was a petition, it was sent to the department. Follow-up will be made. Correspondence, we had the 2 items on number 10. International study tour, we received an update from Jabu. Date of the next meeting. I have also added a note at the bottom that says if someone needs a full recording of the meeting, request can be made to Hansard for the full recording of the session. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Charlene. That was a very simple online meeting we had last week. We adopted the PAAB, so it is quite straightforward. Members, any amendments? And if not, you can move for the adoption. Let's see. Member De Lange?
Chair, I had a look through it, and I would move for the adoption.
Thank you. Member Diag?
I'll support.
Second.
All right, we even have a third from Member Atkinson. All right, that moves that we've duly adopted the minutes of the 3rd of March. There are no provincial bills before us. The resolution tracking responses have not been received from the department. The proceedings unit has sent out reminders, so we need to await that submission. But maybe Mina and Jabu, let's also send put some pressure, at least in writing, to say we're just following up where the resolution, so they can also apply pressure correctly. NCOP bills, there are none before us at the moment. I think the petitions Charlene spoke to that a moment ago. In terms of the correspondence, there is none. On the international study tour update, I'm going to hand over to Jabu for that, and then we'll take it to the next point.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members and Chair. Chair, the preparations are still in order. We requested members to bring their laptops today so that we can try and register everyone. And yes, that is only that, except that all is still in order as we have presented in the last meeting of the committee.
Okay, I'll take Member Nube just a minute. So let me understand something. Do you need to register each one of us separately, or we can't do it from one laptop?
Unfortunately, not from one laptop. They requested, the organizers requested that each member should, each delegate should register individually.
All right, Member Nube, do you have a question?
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, from the minutes that Charlene was reading, which she did not, just browse on it. There's a sentence that talks about the motivation is handed, whatever. I think there is no, I will need clarity. Where is the motivation now as we speak? Thank you.
Chair, you'll take that one first?
Yes, Chair. The motivation is in the Speaker's office, but it is going to be signed because the Speaker has just requested the CFO to provide the funds, and then as soon as they provide, then she is going to sign.
All right, we'll also just follow up on that to make sure they fast track that. But what we will do is ensure that everybody is registered, and that also does also sort of put our foot through the door and ensuring it. All right, I see there's follow-ups. We'll take Member Macheke and Member Nube. Okay, that order.
No, Chair, thanks so much. I know that Jawu and yourself, Chair, you just take it upon yourself that some of us will know what you are talking about. You know, much as we understand that we are alternates and we might not be traveling with us, but it will be fair, you know, if you can just give us background. You are just talking about motivation, you know, study tour, and then we are expected just for us to say, oh, okay, no, second data, no, we are fine. Let's just give us, so that tomorrow we don't have comebacks. Like I said, we understand we are alternates, we will not be traveling with yourselves, and we really want to support the committee to really travel. And I think we've raised it in the chair of chairs previously that this committee, as those that are scheduled to travel, they must travel. But give us information so that we know.
Yeah, I wanted to say that as like Charlene was like running to finish without giving the context or the gist of what is it that was done, was discussed, like there are still hanging issues in terms of where lies the motivation. So there are 3 members here that need some further understanding in terms of where we're getting to and all those things. And they also have to be registered to be part of the trip. Thank you.
All right, Chibu, maybe just do a very quick high level. So that members are brought up to speed. I know, I'm glad there's some acknowledgement there around the alternate, because we were trying to work on something, but of course we'll only speak to that once we have some feedback. But you will take us through very high level.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, the motivation that we are talking about is for the international conference. I think you should remember that the portfolio committee was due for international conference, international study tour, but because of some time constraints, we couldn't meet up with the desired time frames of the country that the committee wanted to attend to, which was London. So the committee then opted for a international study tour, which is taking place in Italy, Venice in Italy. It's called the 17th International Conference on Digital Society. It's taking place on the 24th, from the 24th of April up until the 28th of April. And the motivation has been done. It's, like I said, it is still in the Speaker's office. Because of it's taking place in the next financial year, Chair, the Speaker is requesting that the CFO just provide him with a budget for the conference so that he can be able to sign the motivation, and then procurement can start with getting us all the logistics for the conference. And today we were meant to sign, to register all members, because we have already received the registration forms. So we are going to assist our members to register, and yes, we'll take it from there. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Javu. Let me go to the next point so that we can deal with this less formally. The date of the next meeting is next week, Thursday, the 23rd of March. Given that we're finishing a bit earlier than expected today, next week, Thursday, will be a little bit longer because we'll have to get the Q3, and then we'll also adopt some of the other oversight reports, and we'll also have the FIS of eGov. But luckily, that FIS won't take as long as COGTA because we won't have each municipality present. And then, of course, the whole logistic will communicate with everyone in due course. However, that's fine, but we will also have to have one more virtual meeting the following Monday, and that is purely to adopt the eGov Q3 report, because we'll only be interacting with it with our comments and questions next week, and we have to allow our committee coordinators sufficient time to prepare that report, and then we'll adopt it the day before it will serve in the House. So that meeting, however, will be a virtual one, because I think it will be a Monday. We'll just check with members. You can even take it from your phone in your constituencies, because it really is just to make sure we're all comfortable that the report represents our views, and that will be it. So we'll probably be done within 20 minutes, half an hour on that following Monday virtually. But with that, members, we're going to adjourn, and then let's deal with the registration matter informally. Thank you.